Okay, so we are live here on YouTube with the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 6. Scully here with Randage. And we are checking out round 1 of this tournament with Anthony Alvarado versus Ghost Rider 15. And it is game 1.
It is game 1. And it looks like Ghost Rider has gone through 2 pot of greeds this game so far. Just used Graceful. Alvarado looks like he's using some kind of turbo list with an exiled in it and Call the Haunted, so there's potentially some rotas in there, I would say. Ghost's got a 4 back row, probably a solemn. We'll see what Alvarado can do. He's got 7 in hand. I believe 2 of those are Thunder Dragon, though.
Yeah, it's still a lot of cards in Alvarado's hand. And he has a lot of life points.
Oh, he's got Mystic Tomato in here, too. Definitely a combination of cards. A lot of different engines. Looks like it's going to go free. We have seen Sakuretsu from Ghost side, so I probably would have used Saku there if I had it. So back row might just be definitely a Solemn or Jar Greeds. I know Ghost Rider likes to use Jar Greeds, so we'll see what he can do here. It's going to recur the Serpent. Yep, there's Jar Greed right there. Got 14 left in deck, so he's 9 cards ahead of Alvarado.
We barely ever see it anymore in GOAT format, as common as it used to be the deck out of a GOAT control mirror match, but it is something you could think about a little bit here when you're at 10,000 life points.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got the board pressure right now, but it looks like he's going to drop a Chaos Monster.
Yeah, he's
probably Sword.
Oh, wow.
He's going straight for the BLS. Okay.
So he's got Sorcerer living in the deck still then.
Yes, absolutely. And Tsukiyomi's going to come in, start to finally chip down this life point damage. Those upstart goblins really going to probably play a part here. Let's see if Alvarado can get rid of the BLS. That draw engine is definitely working, though. I mean, he's a lot of cards deeper in his deck. You give up a lot of power, though, when you decide to run these draw cards over actual cards.
Yeah, he plays 2 to 3 Jar Greeds and the upstarts, so
Yep.
You run out of options. Like if you get too deep and the game's not over.
We'll see what he can do here. I think the tomato's really interesting. I wonder if he's running any other. Okay, so it looks like he's gonna try to tribe into the set and then pop at main 2. Ghost is thinking. I wonder what the back row is, because if it's Raigeki Break, oh, he's going to Solemn it. Okay. Ring's still in play, I think, so Ghost has definitely got to watch out for that. But he has BLS on board and could potentially make this life point difference not even a factor. Okay, so he's going to go for his own Chaos play.
Into 3 back rows, though.
Into 3 back rows. And it's not BLS. The fact that Ghost used Solemn on Tribe, though, I think this is actually not the worst idea. He did set 1 fresh card last turn, so the middle card, I think it was, might be Sakuretsu. Okay, so he has the... He's just going for game here. Yeah, he's just going for game here. He might get it, too, because if that middle back row isn't Mirror Force... Okay, he's blowing another Solemn. That's insane. So... I don't know what else Alvarado's going to have here on this turn. He might just have to let this Sork die. He's going for another Chaos play?
Double Sorcerer?
I think it's going to be... Yeah, it's either Double Sorcerer or BLS. He's still going for game here. He wants this lethal.
He's taking the shot for it. I mean, like you said, 2 Raigeki Breaks burned. It's totally possible this deck does not play Mirror Force or Torrential Tribute.
Yeah, I mean, the only card that I'd be worried about is that middle one, because that's his new set. So it might be Sakuretsu Mirror. But I don't think so
Nope.
because he summoned Tribe and he solemned it. So yeah, that's a
Yeah,
really nice win from Alvarado. It's a good read.
because like you said, once you put all these draw cards in, those are taking up slots for something, and usually
Yep.
it's battle traps.
Yep. That's a good win for Alvarado there. Really good reads on the back row. We'll see what they side in or side out. It
And
looks like they're both playing some sort of turbo.
he was pretty far behind in cards too, because some of those were Thunder Dragons in his hand.
Yeah, two of the cards in his hand were Thunder Dragon. Yep. We'll see what kind of cards they have for the mirror. I mean, obviously you would expect stuff like Trap Dust Shoot, Mind Control. Looks like Alvarado's running Rhoda, possibly. We haven't seen that yet, but we've seen it exiled and Call the Haunted. So we could maybe expect something like Mystic Swordsman level 2 or Blade Knight to deal with the set monsters. We'll see what they bring in. I'd imagine you'd be taking out probably your Book of Moons if you're mating them in here. I think Ghost Rider might have to make space by taking out his Jar of Greeds, because I don't know how else you find space in a deck that already cuts a lot of cards for draw cards. Monster wise, if he has Kaiku sided, he'd bring that in. We didn't see it in the main. We saw it from Alvarado, but not Ghost.
So
But yeah,
21 players today. First place will receive $50 and an invite to the World Championships. Most players playing today actually do not have invites, so unless, let's see, I know Matt Uber has an invite, Ghost Rider does, AJT does, Krebs I believe does, and Moxie's. So
did you say STL Killa? Because I believe he has an invite as well.
okay, if STL does, then Krebs doesn't. I know one of the brothers has an invite, the other one doesn't. So back to the action here. Ghost Rider going to open up with Delinquent Duo. A card some players do still side out for this matchup, but usually going second is when you'll see it sided out. And this is the one time you do want to hit Thunder Dragon is turn 1.
Yep. Yeah, turn 1's when you want to hit it, because later they're going to draw it, and that's just a total dead draw. So 2 background, a set monster. Possibly Dekoichi, could be Magician of Faith. If I had Nobleman here, I would shotgun it for sure, just in case it's Faith. But if it's Deco, it's kind of... Ooh, okay. So he could be playing around Torrential here. He could be normaling Kaiku now, knock the set after, play around Torrential. It looks like he is going to.
I see a lot of people setting Sinister lately too, which is... I think this is the correct play, summon then Nobleman. But
Yeah.
it does lead you into potential summon Torrential with their Sangin and Sinister, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, that's still only early game. That's only a even trade, so that's fine.
Looks like he's going to hit Spy too, which is probably one of the better cards to hit early game other than Faith.
Yeah, people talk about how Warrior decks can't handle Spy, but the Chaos deck can get stalled out quite a long time as well.
Yeah, because I mean you have to drop Chaos Monster, or you have to have the Tribe. I don't think there's any other way really to get over it, unless he's running the Warrior package that I suspect he might be.
Well, we did see the Exiled already.
We did see Exiled, yeah. We saw Exiled, Call the Haunted, which are 2 cards that you don't normally see in Chaos Turbo. Okay, so one of them's Jar. I would almost expect that, even in game 2. I mean, I would think you'd have to side them out, but setting 2 turn 1, it's kind of a tell. We'll see if he draws into anything here, because that could have been, Okay, so he's going to go for the Breaker, run it over. This leaves him susceptible to Snatch Steal, but he's only got 2 cards in hand and can only have 3 with his draw.
And it could be a Jar Greed set.
And it could just be Jar Greed,
or he
yeah.
could Solemn it.
Okay, so he's just going to drop Sork right off the bat.
I think we're going to see a Solemn here.
It's either Solemn or another Jar. Yeah, it is Solemn.
Probably both.
But the issue remains, Ghost is on 2,600 life points already. And last game, that's all it took for Alvarado to draw the right cards to get over the board and just kill him. I mean, Ghost Rider's doing half the work for him right now. Ooh, and he set Faith.
Only gonna get a nobleman back, so
Oh, yeah.
it does put another light in the grave.
It does. Okay, so he's going to set into the nobleman. Which means it's probably nothing serious. Unless there's some serious 5D chess mind games going on.
That's pretty interesting setting into the nobleman here.
Wow. Okay. So he decides to set Faith into the nobleman. Maybe he was just trying to trick him and think it wasn't something good, but...
Yeah, I mean, Alvarado only has 3 cards. He's going to make the plays he can make. He's got a nobleman you there. That's interesting. Like, you could have saved that even if you had to just discard it for a Raigeki break later. It would be better than...
I think, well, I was going to say maybe if he had Snatch Steal and a normal summon, he was just dead. But, like, then you're still dead no matter what because he has the nobleman, right? So
it does bring you to 4 cards to be dust shooted if you leave the Faith in your hand.
That is also true. Sets one.
Surprising card to see set there though.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Tomato's actually really good here.
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, it's going to get him back up on cards.
When he attacked the face-down Magician of Faith, I was thinking like the best card would be Tomato right now, and he did get to it eventually.
Sets more back row, so there's got to be another Solemn. That's an obvious Solemn. Unless it's literally 2 Jar Greeds, but I doubt it.
Could be a
2
mystical.
cards.
Although it's probably another card that he does not play.
Yeah, I would imagine he probably side decks MST to make space for all these draw cards. Which honestly, I think MST is actually really good against the Chaos Turbo deck because they don't really play too much back row. I mean, Ghost Rider's playing a lot in his because he runs the Solemns and Jars, but like traditionally, like they play like maybe 6 traps. So anytime you hit something, it's always going to be good. Mm-hmm. The only one that's truly chainable is Raigeki Break. So if you just don't have anything else on the board, it's free.
But they often do have Raigeki Break, so.
Well, yeah, they often have Raigeki Break, but it's not always the case you'll have like something for them to pop with it. Is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. So if you kill the Sangan, then...
If you kill Sangan, he probably goes Serpent, and he can just Serp stall here.
Mobius.
Wow. That's going to force a Solemn. It has to force a Solemn, unless it's Jars.
What I was going to say, the Sangan could also search Tsukiyomi.
Tsukiyomi's also possible, yeah. It would kill the Breaker.
So this was a pretty ideal line for Alvarado here to go from Tomato to Sangan to Tribute for Mobius, but unfortunately Solemn does counter the summon of Mobius.
That's 2 Solemns down though as well.
Ghost Rider's in pure ring range now.
Yes, absolutely. I think you're right. It's either Tsukiyomi or Serpent here. I don't think you'd be adding anything else in this spot. Because Serp can just stall and get insane EV for you until he draws another monster. Whereas Tsukiyomi could kill the Breaker, and I guess you could set it.
Yeah, I mean, so it goes back to... I agree with your point. The stall is probably where you want to go for because of the life point difference right now. You just want to see a few more cards so you can close it out. But you could also do the Tsukiyomi route because, like earlier when we saw the Cast Sorcerer attack for game, there's not that many cards that Ghost Rider can counter that Tsukiyomi summon and attack with.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we saw. I think we saw Sakuretsu's game 1, but he might have sided those out for his hate cards.
I didn't catch that if there was Sakuretsu's game 1.
I think we only saw one of them. I don't think we saw more than one. Okay, so now that he knows that the one. Okay, so he does already have Tsukiyomi too. He might walk into a Saku here, but I think he sided them out.
The other thing is if you have a trap card, you can now, like a Mirror Force or a Torrential, you can now set it.
Yeah.
Set
Okay,
the,
so there.
because you got the breaker counter off the board.
So that Saku hurts, but it's not the end of the world. There's no way Ghost Rider can kill him right now unless he has Thunder Dragon and a Chaos Play and he tributes it.
You'd have to have like Graceful Thunder Dragon.
Yeah. Okay, so he's leaving the other card set. That one might be Serpent. I think if it's Sangan, you flip it here and attack.
Have we seen Night Assailant from Ghost Rider?
I didn't see any of those game one, no. That could be a card that he has here. Breaker's actually really good here.
Now, do you attack over this breaker?
I would, because you're in a spot where, like, he just used the Sakuretsu, so unless he has literally another one set, or if it's Rye Break, okay, this is Book of Moon.
So it wouldn't have made a difference here.
That's still good, though, because it's going to soak up one turn of damage.
And Alvarado does have Light and Dark, so
he does.
He could also drop BLS for game.
Yeah.
Pretty reliably here.
See, he drew the Thunder Dragon. If he has a Chaos in his hand...
He doesn't have a... Yeah, he'd have to Tribute Summon.
Yeah, he'd probably Tribute here.
And BLS...
If he wanted to, but...
No, it's still leaving the other cards set as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah I'm pretty sure that's Serpent, yeah.
Yeah, I think your Sangan, or your Serpent read is correct. Maybe trying to bait out a Mind Control or the second knock.
Yeah, and especially because he just set another monster, so that new one he set's probably a real flip. I don't know what it would be, though. It could be Spy. We only saw 2 get banished, so maybe he drew 2 in his opener. It's probably Koichi, though.
If it was Spy, I think I would have summoned and attacked over the breaker with it. No, I guess that puts you too much into BLS range.
Oh, so... wow. Oh, okay. So the other set is not Serpent. It is something he's just...
Some text card is my guess. It could still be Night Assailant.
Could be, yeah. I mean, I don't really know what else it would be at this point. Okay, so he's got the Nobleman, hits the Serp.
Possible Mirror
Still
Force.
keeping set.
Nope.
So Ring is now a draw.
BLS is game still.
BLS is game. Yeah, BLS is straight game right now. His hand is... Oh, there it is. He top decked the BLS. What a game. Just like that.
Well, you put yourself into those situations, though. Like,
yeah, he did 80% of that damage all himself, and that's what you run into here. Oh, he did have the Sork. Just didn't have the Dark.
Well, he could have attributed the breaker.
I'm curious to see what the set monster is. I hope he shows it, because I think he might have had a lethal shot, depending on what that set is, but it looks like they left.
You'll have to watch the replay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing of that other monster was that.
Yeah.
I guess it wasn't Night Assailant either, because he wouldn't have used the Nobleman. Or maybe he would have. I don't know. No, he would have. If it was Night Assailant, he would have flipped it, then tributed it.
Flipped it, tributed, yeah.
For the Thunder Dragon. Yeah. All right. So let's see here. AJT BLS? Or
let's jump in.
Don't Copy versus I Love CC. We'll do AJT. We haven't seen him play in a while.
Yeah, let's jump in there. AJ is one of my teammates in Ring of Destruction, so we'll see what he's up to. It's like it's game 2. AJ's up a game.
What round is this?
I think it's round 1 still.
Round 2.
Oh, it's round 2?
Yep.
Okay.
You said AJT is up a game?
Yeah, he's up a game right now. Looks like 1-0. AJ looks like he's on Warriors, as usual. He's the kind of player that would play either Warriors or Turbo, or sometimes a mixture with a sideboard. And
he's also well known for playing Cat.
He's also well known for playing Cat too, yeah. But he has had Cat on his what would you call it? He just hasn't played it for a long time.
It's on the bench.
Yeah, it's on the bench. There you go. This looks like Michelle's playing Chaos Control. They've gone through Pot of Greed, Thunder Dragons, and Graceful. They're also running Upstart Goblin. Could be a turbo list that sides in Scapegoats, actually, because I don't know if you'd really want to play Upstarts and Control. Looks like they're just going to heavy for neutral here. 3 for 3. They're just chaining the Compulse to his DD, chains Ring to the DD, chains Book to the DD. That is quite the chain. It looks like it's just going to resolve. What? Okay. Wow, they popped their own Solomon Ring for this heavy play. Going for Kaiku, banish, get him off attributes. So Michelle's up 2 cards and 3 Scapegoats. AJ sets 1 back row, 1 monster. Setting a monster in what looks to be Warriors.
Yeah, never a good sign.
Yeah, it's not really.
But it is game 2.
It is game 2, so he might be doing his smoke screen thing he likes to do. It looks like it's just Sangan, which I guess Warriors can play Sangan. Looks like he adds Tsukiyomi.
Great ad.
That is a good ad, yeah, because if they're on control, then that's a really good card to have. Sets another monster pass. Sukiyo is going to come down. It's going to kill, so it's not a battle trap. Nobleman and M2 on Spirit Reaper. Okay. That's a good card to have against Warriors.
Card that is definitely in the rise of popularity.
Yeah, I think the 3v3 had a lot of Spirit Reapers in the winning lists. Another Upstart Goblin, a Sur Priest.
Spirit Reaper.
Interesting card.
Spirit Reaper being back in the format actually really changes things. I think a lot more than people realize, because people will calculate like, okay, that set monster and it's something I can attack over no matter what with what I have on the board, so this is going to be game. And then you'll do that push and commit to the board, and the Reaper will get flipped over, and you're like, oh, I actually have no way to deal with this right now. And then you're already committed.
It's definitely annoying for sure. Looks like Solemn trades here for a Graceful.
That is a risky Solemn from Michael or Michelle's point of view there. Against a Warrior deck, I don't think you want to just Solemn the Graceful. I think you want to save your Solemn to counter their Solemn.
I think Solemn in their deck is also just interesting because, I mean, we see Upstart Goblin and Solemn. I'm really thinking this is just like a turbo deck with tech like sided in Scapegoats.
It's possible. I've seen that a fair amount before.
Okay, so AJ discards a light and a dark. Could be setting up a BLS play. He's going for duo. All the Thunder Dragons are gone. So these are going to hit good cards. A Sur Priest. That was the other thing I was mentioning. A Sur Priest against Warriors seems pretty weird to me. I mean, I don't know if I would keep those in against the Warrior deck.
Yeah, it's not going to get over much, and there's a lot of battle traps to answer it.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like he hits another Scapegoat. Another Kaiku comes down. He takes the 18. That's rough. He's going to lose his attributes again. Not looking good for AJ here. Decides to banish the Sangan. Yep. That Tsukiyomi coming back down. If he doesn't have a way to stop another normal monster attack, though, I think he's cooked because he let that Kaiku go through. His back row don't seem to be doing much. M1, they're going to go straight for a Chaos play. They might not have a normal summon then. This would tell me that they don't have a normal. Maybe he has Book of Moon. But if he had Book of Moon, he wouldn't have. Well, maybe he would let the Kaiku go through because Suku can't kill it then.
So an update from the last match, it was Night Assailant set.
It was. Wow. Ghost's going to be reliving that one then, I would say.
The way Alvaro just described it is that because he was at 1300 was why he didn't flip it and just used the no. I guess it wasn't game.
Sork straight into Ryu Senshi for game just now. So it's definitely Chaos Control. We've seen Goats and Meta. They are playing Solemn and Upstart Goblin. So very interesting choices there for a control deck.
1-1.
1-1. Looks like AJ is just on Warriors. I didn't see any of his turbo smokescreen stuff he likes to do.
We did see a Tsukiyomi.
We saw Tsukiyomi, but I think Warriors can actually just play that card. Especially if they're playing Sangan, you can play the one Suku just to search it. It helps your control matchup a lot. You could honestly even just main deck that too. I mean,
yeah, I don't know that I even would want to side flips in against
control here.
Chaos Control.
Yeah.
It's kind of the opposite of your main strategy of just putting the pressure on and breaking up their combos.
I would assume he probably has like a Sur Priest in his side deck, maybe in multiples for this matchup. We saw Book of Moons, so he's definitely going to keep those in as he did game 1 or game 2. Compulsory, we saw that as well. These are all really good cards against control. Let's see if he'd be able to win game 3 here. He does have the opener. Normals STM on an open board. No back row. It's definitely an interesting play from AJ. His hand might just... It looks to be just a lot of monsters. Maybe that's why he's just throwing it out there. Oof. Creature swap coming in big here. So if his hand's a lot of monsters, I don't think Warriors really has too many to get over a 19 until they have Blade Knight online.
Yeah, unless they're playing, and you're not going to bring in Berserk Gorilla if it's in your side deck against Chaos Control usually.
Yeah, against Control, yeah, that's not really doing much. So I think this STM's probably going to just do some damage here.
Or trade for a trap.
Or trade for trap. Looks like it's Dust Shoot, one of them. Now, if he hits the Sur Priest, I would maybe guess that it's not Mirror Force or Torrential. Because that's just more damage that would be coming down this turn. I wish they would show their hand, but
AJ
looks
will
like
probably
we'll just
type it out.
Yeah, he might.
Now the swap is a reason to keep. If you're going to bring in swaps, that is kind of a reason to keep in a Super Priest.
Yeah, it definitely helps for sure. You might have enough targets with like your goats, especially if you're running like 3 copies.
So Thunder Dragon, a Super Priest, Breaker, Reaper, Sorcerer. So I think you're right about Torrential being set here. Yep.
Yep.
Otherwise, that Breaker probably going back.
Adam spamming the declared effect.
However, Sorcerer's now live.
Sorcerer is now live, yeah. He might be eating his BM right now. I don't think he has a way to get rid of this. Yeah. We'll see what he does next turn. He might draw something.
I think he does have a way, because otherwise you put the Breaker back.
That's true, yeah.
And leave him with the only... No, because then he can still summon the Reaper into that too.
Yeah, you summon the Reaper.
That's tough.
I think leaving Breaker was actually correct because it incentivizes Michelle to summon Breaker and then try to use its effect. So you don't have to worry about it later. The Reaper in hand could potentially be the swinger though, assuming he gets over the.
I would have attacked with the skill Dark before summoning the Breaker.
Yeah, that plays around Torrential a lot better, especially with the way AJ just did that dust shoot.
It's like
yeah,
you know your opponent's not leaving you. It's not Mirror Force set if they're leaving Breaker in your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely would have just attacked first. This is definitely tough. Warriors have a really hard time dealing with Resolved Chaos. Looks like he's going to crash his Blade Knight just to get a Chaos play online. That explains why his hand is so heavy. He might even have multiple Chaos in his hand. He could have.
And AJ couldn't just set the Blade Knight here because of the Spirit Reaper in hand.
Yep, exactly. I'm going to put it in defense mode. I don't know if there's much merit to putting it in defense mode here. I guess it might not matter.
Creature swap.
Oh yeah, creature swap. You're right. Yep, that's true. We did see one of them already though. And he also knew their hand, so unless they drew it this turn. But I mean, never.
And the creature swap's more likely than the Ninja Grandmaster.
Yeah.
Although, I guess there's also it being attacked over while in defense is a possibility from another sorcerer, but unlikely.
They're gonna play in a mirror here. I don't think he has it. Yeah, this is bad. It's Tsukiyomi that's doing nothing.
Now, if AJ can get rid of this Snatch Steal, he will completely change the tempo of this game around.
Yeah, but that Graceful was really huge too. It totally just gave him a bunch of new cards. He's gonna just try to ram the Dawn here. Runs into sack. It's looking like a wash.
Dawn.
Yeah.
Well, it's not game yet.
Depending on what that new set back row is going to decide this game. Because Torrential's already gone. If it's not Mirror Force, you're dead. Well, you're not dead. You could have Saku.
Dust Tornado would be great.
Dust Tornado would also be good. And it looks like
it's
it.
Nothing.
That's it. Too many monsters in the opener for Warriors. We see a lot of people running really heavy monster counts lately, trying to use the Chaos monsters. It bit him here in this game. Didn't draw his back row, and Warriors really rely on that back row.
Let's see, is Mr. Big Noodle playing? No.
Looking at the bracket, looks like Carl beat Moxie's and is now waiting for his next game between Don't Copy and CC Kochi.
I believe Moxie's scooped to Carl.
Oh, did he scoop? Okay.
Yeah, we'll check out Don't Copy and I Love CC.
Yeah, let's do that one.
So this is game 3 and it is round 2. Cool.
A lot of people watching this game. We got 10 watchers in here. CC's got Mobius in their graveyard. Angel. It's an interesting one.
Yes.
It's like Don't Copy's on Chaos Control.
CC is on a pretty interesting Chaos Control deck today as well, I guess I would call it. And Reaper on the Nightmare gonna go for the attack directly.
Wow. That is something you don't see too often.
No, not these days. It's into 3 back row though.
Into 3 back row, yeah. It is definitely a thing that exists and just doesn't see much play anymore happening really, but wow, and it won in the game.
It was enough. Jeez.
Very nice, very nice. I like that a lot.
Well, we only caught a glimpse of the game, but we caught a fun glimpse.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think we caught the highlight. All right. We got Matt Uber versus Dingo Sig. I think still going on.
I was gonna say let's do that, and same round again. So Dingo Sig with a Last Warrior from Another Planet on board, trying to counter Matt Uber's signature Stein deck. Matt Uber will have to clear this Last Warrior before he can start summoning anything.
He's also got 3 monsters set, so even if he does remove it, he's going to have to get through all these set cards.
Right. Wow, Dingo really must have opened up with a ton of monsters here.
Yeah, it's looking like
7
roulette barrel. I like that.
7 monsters total.
Roulette barrel is a little LRG spice. I know Mark used to use that in his Angel Tomato Recruiter deck as a one of.
I think Dingo got their invite with Roulette Barrel in the deck.
Yeah, I think he did as well. Yeah, he inspired by ACP's deck and also Mark 400's Chaos Recruiter.
So duo here are gonna bring Dingo now down to 2,000. So he is in Ring of Destruction range, which is like kind of one of the main outs for Matt Uber as well. So
yeah, absolutely. Unless he sides stuff like Swords of Concealing or Book of Moons.
Yeah, it is slightly questionable how worthwhile that duo was.
I think it's worth it for sure because he is just a combo deck, and any pieces you can hit detrimentally hurts their plays because they rely on so many cards to make their plays.
But at this point in the game, it's not about the deck can't combo with Last Warrior out, right? And the deck has to get to, its main way to get this off the board is a Ring of Destruction. Whereas you said before, you'll still have 4 face down monsters.
Right.
Now the game will just be over. So this is a pseudo out. You can tribute the Last Warrior for a tribute summon, but you cannot monster gate it. And Dingo not even gonna let that happen.
I mean, like you said, he's already in ring range, so.
Well, that's your answer for ring, though.
That is your answer for ring. You're right.
But Matt Uber plays multiple tribute monsters, and he also plays the one that returns all the Visor Shock, which would have just been game.
It could honestly be he might not even play ring. Honestly, I'm
fairly certain he plays ring.
These decks have to run a lot of like really bad cards to make their plays good, like Megamorph. Like I don't know how he finds space without cutting really good stuff.
I'm pretty sure.
I would think ring. Yeah, I would think ring is like the one you would want to keep for sure, especially because it helps ensure your OTK.
That Uber's deck is very different. He plays Call in it. He plays a lot of off-brand stuff, but I think Ring is still in there.
This is a very interesting game state.
Yeah, Dingo will win the deck out war if it comes to it.
Yeah, he will. Trunade coming down. It looks like he finally has an Last Warrior. Making sure this goes through under Solemn. Most likely why he did that.
Yeah, the ring.
Yeah.
He may even play a copy of Regeki Break.
That's interesting.
So what Dingo can do here is get to Book of Moon, and then you have to decide, do you set the Book of Moon or do you keep it in your hand?
I think you would keep it in your hand for sure. Because the Trunade play is to tell he has ring or something at least to deal with this.
Right, but then
if you set it, then
if you keep it in your hand, you're just hoping Matt Uber misplays and tries to ring it on your end phase.
I'd be holding it here for sure. And him going for Graceful here also puts him under the deck out. Here's the ring.
Yeah, so the thing is you set other cards. He set
the book. Yeah, he set it. That's a shame.
So what you want to do there is set bluffs and hold the Book of Moon in your hand.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I think that Graceful play that put him under the deck out as well. I think he was really digging for the book as well, because of that Trunade play. And it just seems like he said it.
I think he probably should have let that Snatch Steal or not played the duo rather, also was kind of the opening that Matt Uber needed.
Yeah, there was a lot of spots there that Dingo I think could have reconsidered a little bit better to help him
And
in that situation.
that's the thing against Matt Uber's deck, where a reason I really think it's a lot of wins is players are not as familiar playing against a matchup like that, and the way Matt Uber plays that deck compared to a regular game, like that's not a familiar situation.
Yeah, in any scenario where you're not comfortable playing against a deck like that, you're probably going to misplay and it would cost you game for sure. And I played Matt Uber a few times in some events, was totally in the same situation. I was just not comfortable with the deck and I beat myself. So, I mean, it's definitely something that helps elevate that deck to winning more games. So looks like we've got Carl versus Don't Copy, and we've got Matt Uber versus. Which one do you want to jump in?
Well, Carl put a password on his game, so now I have to give him a warning and find out what the password is for everyone.
Yeah, guys, don't do that. It's very suspicious.
That is against the rules. Alright. So what other games are also up at the moment?
I mean, I think there's some losers bracket games going on, or just one, just Dingo and Ghost. We got okay. Carl, Don't Copy, and winners. Matt Huber, Albert.
The password is 718.
Is that an area code? Wait. Carl's a very decorated player. Definitely.
Still trying to get the invite this season.
Yeah, still is. Kind of shocking.
He missed it by one spot, I believe, twice now.
Those are always the most rough. This looks like Carl's on Turbo. He's played that for a while now. Don't Copy. I think we saw copies on Control. Yep. All right, 1,000 eyes on the board with Decree. Decree.
This is a Game 1 Decree.
Game 1 Decree, yeah. I wonder if they're running Chaos Command Magician. Because that's a pretty good combo, Decree, Chaos Command.
Yeah, one that doesn't look all that great when you just read it on paper, but that is like, oh, there's actually not all that many outs to getting that.
Yeah. In the 3v3, I faced Don't Copy twice, and Chaos Command was the reason both times. So maybe they're seeing some sort of interest to the card. I think the Decree is actually going to be really good here game 1 against Carl, because I believe Carl runs Solemns in his Turbo, which a lot of people have been doing lately, so this Decree could potentially put in some work.
Don't Copy up a fair amount of cards here, too. Because Carl has two Thunder Dragons in hand on top of this. Oh no, one's banished,
wow.
So one in hand.
Yeah, 1 Thunder Dragon in hand, so 3 cards to 7, essentially. The life points are pretty equal, though, and Copy's gone through Duo and Pot, and Snatch.
Yeah, I think that's how.
It's a lot of power cards.
That's where this...
yeah, that's where the card advantage came from.
Difference in cards. And it looks like Carl was also stuck with some dead Magicians of Faith early, too. So Carl gonna need Book of Moon here to stop this.
Yeah,
that is rough, because now that turns off Carl's Chaos Monsters and his Trap cards.
Yeah, he's gonna need the fact that Copy doesn't run traps, though. Whoa.
Gonna meta into Darkfire?
I have no clue why they did that. Maybe
they're trying to throw this game?
Maybe Snatch Steal, Snatch Normal is like game, but it could still be game here. Actually, well, it's not game if you use Tsukiyomi. Snatch normal Tsukiyomi is game with Kaiku, but it's not with
just Suki.
Wait, no.
Just Suki. That's
Wait,
what
no,
he's
it's
worried
not
about.
with
He's
Kaiku.
worried about just Tsukiyomi.
Yeah.
Maybe he knows Carl has a Tsukiyomi.
I mean, I'm fairly certain he does play Tsukiyomi in his turbo.
He must know Carl has a Tsukiyomi. That's the only reason that you're doing that.
It's still like crazy because he doesn't run the traps. So, I mean, he still might run like ring or.
That was definitely to stop Tsukiyomi right there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no other. I can't think of any other read why you do that other than that play.
He just really likes dragons and wanted to summon a dragon.
You just want it for the stream. So we know these attacks are going to go through. Okay, so he's got the Knight Assailant.
So someone just asked when. And he didn't kill. Well, you know, he could summon a chaos. Someone just asked when the next Go Format Championship is. It is next Saturday, I believe, the 21st.
So it looks like Carl doesn't have Tsukiyomi. Maybe Copy was just
because he had another Kaiku wanted to do it. I don't
know. had another Kaiku. Maybe just
wow, this heavy storm here gonna
that heavy's turning off the decree. But if he has game here, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't. Did he know Carl had Snatch? Maybe.
That was my original assumption. Was it was Snatch.
And just wanted to keep his Chaos Monsters alive?
Yeah, and wanted to keep his Darks. Yeah, I did. It's still... I don't want to keep talking about it because it's so weird, but... It's very interesting, though, because like you said, even with the Suki thing, you can't really get over this. Like, Carl was forced to blow Snatch on it. Try to just get in some damage. This could potentially be like anybody's game right now, because the Darkfire is hardly a threat at all, and now that Decree's gone,
it is probably another Decree set though.
Right? Yeah, it could be. Because there's not many other back row other than like Book and Goats.
He didn't end phase the Decree.
He's gonna flip the shoot and standby.
Wow, and he's gonna see the hand, so no Decree set. Royal Decree, Book of Moon, Sinister, BLS. Well, I guess we know what's going away. And there's still no light for Don't Copy, so maybe he will put back the
I wouldn't risk it. I'd put back the BLS. I would not risk that.
There's two metas going
Hell no. Hell no, I would not be risking that. Especially with this game state. Because you've got one back row. You're top decking. You're still down on cards. BLS is just a game swinger. Winning or losing, but like in this spot, it would almost be for sure game. All they need to do is draw the Thunder Dragon, and they've got, what, 3 copies?
He's putting the Sinister back.
Oh my, this is interesting. I don't like that.
Well, Carl knows he has the wall here for the Sinister. And if he's got an end phase trap to use, no.
Yeah, he's gonna set a card, most likely the Decree. Is either the Decree or the Book. I think it's the Decree.
And I'm gonna think this attack's gonna go through.
If it's Decree, it's gonna go through, for sure. Oh my god.
It's gonna have to torrental the Kaiku.
Copy doesn't have any monsters, though. Like, what? This is crazy. So... that's got to be set Decree. It's a guaranteed. And that new set card is probably Book.
Right. Otherwise, he would have just booked that Kaiku.
Yeah, would have booked the Kaiku and ran it over, yeah. So the upstarts Gonna draw him into a chaos play here. One set's book, one set's decree. And we know what both of them are. I think the Sork's gonna go in for free unless it's goats in the middle. It's gotta be goats in the middle or it's game. Or no, it's not game, he has book, of course, but. Oh, he drew Mirror Force.
Not gonna
Oh,
decree
he's
him
got the deserts.
because it would stop the Mirror Force.
Yeah, you can't even decree. That's crazy. The desert sunlight. So he never set the book. So maybe the new set's book. He drew the mirror off his top deck. We've got decree on the far right. Takes the 300. He's gonna book the Sork. Oh, he does have the goats. Honestly, taking that 300 might come up. Because unless they run over the Serpent here this turn, which we know they haven't had monsters, even with... Okay, Nobleman's coming down. If Carl gets Decree and has MST, or if Carl gets Ring and has MST for the Decree, then it's just game. He can pop his own Sork.
He could also use any other trap and chain the ring to
Right.
the Decree.
Yes, he can also do that. I would not keep the Serpent in attack mode.
Here's a Sewer Priest. Well, there's no...
it
doesn't matter till after the battle phase is over. This might be game. Well, it's not gonna be game because he's gonna book the Sewer Priest.
He's gonna book. Yeah. I would honestly just put the Serpent to defense here. I wouldn't kill the extra token.
Right, because now if he gets the light, then the BLS is 2,700.
Yeah, and he's just dead. Yeah.
But the Upstart's gonna take that away. Yeah, I really wouldn't have kept that Serpent in attack mode.
BLS is still game here because he has
you could attack the
Sork and attack.
No, that would only be another 700 though.
Oh yeah. I miscounted.
If he has a light to kill Spellcaster now, though, it's game. Gonna discard
he had
the
BLS too.
Wow. Close game. This is gonna... Carl still loaded to summon another Chaos Monster. Don't Copy had to give up on the dream.
They were just gonna leave the Serpent. That's the right play.
And Carl still has a Thunder Dragon in hand, right? He could crash with this tribe next turn.
Yeah, he has one Thunder Dragon in hand.
Pretty close on card advantage.
Carl's really pulled this back.
Don't Copy's quick way to win, though, was just discarded to the graveyard to kill Chaos Sorcerer, so...
Ooh,
he has the Sorcerer, oh wow.
Serpent. Oh wow. That's looking like it. Depending on this top deck, because once Serpent Decree flips, unless it's Scapegoat, you're done.
This is game one, so...
It is game one. That was a really nice game. Carl was down many cards, and...
Contrary to what the stream said, or that was game one, sorry. So Don't Copy gonna take game one with the main deck Decrees.
That Desert Sunlight, though.
That was a wild game.
It's definitely crazy. Let's see what they'll bring in here.
Take a look at the
imagine it would be your standard stuff.
Take
from Carl's side.
Quick look at the bracket while these guys are siding. It looks like Matt Uber's taking on Anthony Alvarado on winner's side still. Michael Simio is waiting on the winner of SDL Killa and Duck Duck Goose. Slash Tab battling out Necromancy for Kids. And Krebs taking on Death Grip. Yeah, I don't know what Carl does here after seeing main deck Decrees.
We didn't see any of the Solemn stuff from Carl's side, I don't believe. So maybe the decrees.
He played around the decrees well. They really weren't. I mean, his last
He
card
he
might have
did,
been a
yeah.
good. His last card might have been a good trap that cost
If
him there.
if
But
I'm copy here, I might honestly consider taking out the decrees because I haven't seen too much from it to really make a huge impact on this matchup. Also, because if copies run a decree, they can't really run trap dust shoot. In my opinion, because it just conflicts too much. And since Carl's on turbo, I think you really want the dust shoots.
so Carl getting a solid duo there, hitting Snatch Steal
Yeah,
Tsukiyomi.
that was a really good duo.
Definitely one you're not upset you didn't hit any Night Assailants or Sinisters. So now Don't Copy is essentially down to 3 cards with 2 being Thunder Dragon in hand.
And it was Faith for the duo. I wonder if Carl's actually going to use it here.
Oh, I think so, because he's going to want to use it before
No.
the Sangan
But
Surge. Or, I don't know. The fact that Don't Copy set 2 back row.
Yeah, I mean...
I think I just want to get him out of his hand, though. Yeah, like, you don't want him to turn a Graceful into...
Yeah, you don't want it to be a Graceful. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think Copy's running any Raigeki breaks with this Decree stuff unless they sided out Decree and breaks in or something, but...
Probably would have changed it to the set card there. Now, what do you get with Sangan? Sinister? Injection Fairy Lily.
Whoa! Injection Fairy Lily.
Don't Copy said, you want to pay 2,000? Okay.
That is definitely an interesting card. And it looks like they did keep the Decree in.
I would think if Carl has Scapegoat sided, he brought him in.
Yeah, I think Carl does side them, actually.
And that is a big chunk of life points off of Carl.
That is a lot of life points. Lily under Decree, too. That's definitely interesting.
And can Asura trade with Lily here? Will Carl lose? Yeah, he could trade it if he wanted to. It does have enough defense that it's not going to get walked over by... Oh boy. That may be it. And that's going to do it.
Yeah, that mind control just sealed the game.
A Royal Decree as well.
Definitely an interesting list from Don't Copy. I really like those cards you don't really think about from a control deck.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. So, let's see where we are in the bracket. Who we're going to feature next.
I think Matt Uber beat Alvarado.
Yeah, looks like it. So that would leave Michelle Simio versus SDL should be playing in winners.
Yeah, let's check that one out.
And they're in game 1.
Looks like SDL Killer's got Solemn Shoot. Looks like some sort of Solemn Turbo list. Seen Thunder Dragon from Michelle. Another Chaos variant.
Both
You saw Michelle earlier, right?
Yes.
I think they were on Turbo, but I can't remember.
I think this was the deck where the creatures, or it was with the, we weren't positive it was Turbo, I believe. And both players can open Pot of Greed.
A woman hitting the Sagan. STL's already at 4,000 though because that's Solemn. Looks like he Solemned Pot of Greed.
So that does put him in a good position then, because that means 2 of these cards in hand are Thunder Dragon. So he's up quite a bit of cards.
Yeah, none of the cards in his hand are Thunder Dragon.
And Nobleman getting the Dark away too, so...
Yeah, he's very ahead right now.
So, Warrior and Magician of Faith in the same deck. This is something we started to see a little bit of this season, but hasn't had huge success yet. This Warrior flip effect monster hybrid.
I mean, Sasuke being a light is actually really good too. It deals with spies, and Sorks, and Spirit Reaper, which we've been catching more traction lately too. So
right, yeah, no, it's a clean answer for Reaper is nice.
Take have a tribe play here. Clear the board. So they don't have another answer to the Sasuke. Tribe this early kind of sucks because now you don't have it for a Chaos Monster.
Yeah, I mean it does and it doesn't, because when you're this far down in cards and you have a bit of a life point advantage already, you kind of just want to do what you can to just end the game and try.
Yeah, I mean, STL putting himself at 4K. I mean,
hitting for 1300 last turn was really good.
Yeah, I think when you're down this many cards, you just got to focus on the life points. Yeah, the Prem helps as well, but it's going to get over the.
So yeah, STL not having a lot of answers for Tribe, having a premature barrel it back here, dropping down to 1900. And reinforcements should probably grab a Don Zalug though.
So it's looking like a Warrior deck with Faith in it, more so than a Turbo deck with Warriors in it. And in the main deck too, which is interesting because you kind of give up Knock being a dead card game 1 when you decide to main the flips. Don Zalug coming down. He has 2 Thunder Dragons in hand, so
it is potential now for Michelle to just draw Graceful Charity into BLS would be game. But you need a Dark Monster with it as well.
Hit one of the Thunder Dragons.
I think
the Serpent's
might pass without setting a back row even. Alright, they have at least 1. 2, okay, so yeah, pretty solid spot then for SDL.
Yeah, you're chilling behind a Solemn, most likely. You got 2 monsters on board.
No Darks in your opponent's grave.
No Darks.
They didn't take Sinister back.
Didn't add the Serpent.
They did not want to get
played around Dust Shoot?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you go for the For the crazy play here, do you run over the Sasuke or sorry,
No, you wanna.
you run over the Donzalug and pop the Sasuke? That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do both. Yeah. Because you have to deal with the Sasuke right now. The only other
Yeah.
option you could have done here was just pass, actually. It was not a unreasonable play to just end your turn with the counter still on the breaker.
I'm debating whether or not to attack over this. One of those has got to be Solemn. So the other one's maybe a battle trap because they run a lot.
Wow,
It's
that
not
went
a battle
through.
trap. Yeah. So
But yeah, definitely.
if
I think
this breaker sticks, it's game. Next
Even-
turn if it sticks.
even if he had the trap for the breaker, I think killing that Sasuke and then attacking was the optimal play there. Because what's the Don gonna do? Oh, that's right. He hit a Thunder Dragon last turn, so it wasn't double Thunder Dragon in hand.
Right. Heavy Storm.
This must be for game.
It's got to be game, yeah.
And that may make it not game, the Book of Moon. Oh, he's not gonna set.
Not going to use the book. I would have set the book
He
or
didn't
set
book
the
the
breaker. with
breaker.
Book. Yeah, I mean it's an obvious tell. It's BLS. There's no other way you have game here. Crazy.
Yeah, all these little things matter a lot. You got that's some stuff that you get experience of the more you play the game. Like, do you think you've only started playing fairly recently, Randage? Do you think when you first started you would have Book of Moon the breaker there? You would have at least thought about it. They didn't seem to
I would
think about it.
I would have definitely thought about it, and I might have just decided not to. Just in case they had like another nobleman or something. I don't know.
Well, you could have even been like, oh, all they
It's-
have is. I
Yeah,
don't even know.
I mean,
everything attacks over the breaker anyway. Besides the
it's
Donzalug.
It's definitely like plays like that you don't think are gonna matter, the ones that matter. I mean, with the experience I have now, when I see Heavy Storm like that for a neg one, I mean, I'm gonna book there 100% of the
Yeah,
time.
he might have just been thinking, oh, it's game no matter what. He played the heavy, he has BLS, and didn't even run the numbers.
Yeah, could be that too. I mean, if he does book it there, he was at how many life points? So like, if he does book it, he would need
was
the
at, like-
normal on top of
Yeah,
BLS.
he needed the normal with it.
Yeah, so maybe he just figured, yeah, another.
Definitely not what you want to do in a tournament, though, is just assume they have the card to go with it.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like when you're playing with stakes like this, you make your opponent have it. You don't play for them. So Thunder Dragon the opener. No Shotgun of the Charity yet. Set 3 back row. And a monster. So you have to assume Solemn. Very likely. Mystic Swordsman. Okay, runs into Saku, so it's not Sangan. I think if that was Sangan, you would have just let it kill. Save the Saku for later.
Sometimes you'd still Sakuretsu that, because then you could pressure for the Sang and the 1000 directly. And especially if you have multiple Sakuretsu, but probably not Sangan.
Yeah. I mean, when they run stuff like Donzalug and Kaiku, I mean, I think you just, if that was Sangan, you just want to save the sack.
So, gonna trade for Reaper.
Might be thinking about booking it right here.
He thought about telegraphing his Book of Moon, at least.
But yeah, he sure did telegraph it. I think I probably would have done it if I had book. Because one of the swordsmen are already gone. They don't really run more than one. I mean, they can. It looks like he does have the prem.
I was gonna say he's gonna make you eat those words.
Yeah.
It's gonna solemn the premature burial.
Solemn the prem. Yeah.
So this set monster is also probably not Sangan.
Yeah. And SDL running those flips, so if that's like Magician of Faith, I mean, getting back Prem's really good as a war
And I
player.
wonder what he's protecting the Solemn here. So is it Dekochi?
Kochi, I think that's worth it. I mean, it's a 14 stick. It doesn't really run over a lot of warrior monsters. It might run over this one. It's almost probably going to be a Faith.
And he's got.
But like this Dekochi is just going to die later. So
I mean, if he did have Book of Moon though, he could have Book of Mooned the level 2, and then flip to the Dekochi, and then forcibly get a plus or make his opponent answer the Dekochi or lose the level 2.
So I'm playing a Mirror Force here. So you have another Solemn set, but then you're looking at 2,000 life points against Warriors.
I guess it could have been Solemn that he was considering on the Reaper Death.
He's going to take the Magician of Faith, most likely. I think it's Faith. It's the only flip we saw. It could be Don Zalug set to Zalug.
Sangan.
So yeah, Michelle was the player that kept in Asuras with their swaps against AJ.
That's what we saw them in before.
Yeah.
So here comes Cliff.
Cliff to run over his own set. That have to be what he's doing. He's going to crash it. He's going for darks. That doesn't make sense though. He doesn't have light. Wonder why he's crashing it.
I don't know. You're not. Oh.
Oh wow! In the damage step. In the damage step.
Okay. And then you could destroy Blast with Chain and pop the set card.
Yeah.
That's so cool. So he could either pop the set monster, or he's gonna pop the. Yeah. So what I was saying, you could destroy your own Blast with Chain with Cliff. You didn't need to here.
Didn't need to at the no one.
That's pretty cool. I've actually never seen that combo before of Cliff and Blast with Chain.
Cliff with Blast.
It is only up to 1700 though.
Yeah, so it still could very easily get run over, especially by something like Tsukiyomi.
So 2 Thunder.
But that is a very nice play because it lets you use it in the damage step, which is what sets it apart.
2 of these are Thunder Dragons in Michelle's hand.
This is kind of an easy board to get over though too. Like we're just saying, I mean, easily run. Looks like they're just gonna crash it with the Asura. Yeah, it's still a 2-for-1 by getting rid of the Blast with Chain. They leave themselves open though, so if SDL gets a Dawn here, he does have the Thunder Dragons though, so it might not be the play to go for Dawn. I think if I had Rhoda, I would just go for Blade Knight for the 2K.
Yeah, he's already down to 37, so we're just gonna pass. So probably
full pass.
I think double Chaos Monster in hand, maybe, or a Nobleman.
Some cloggy.
We're gonna see something.
It's really good value here for Michelle.
Snatch, so that would have been an answer to this Reaper too. Chose not to set it. But we did see, so double Reaper.
I think I would have just held it too. I don't know if I want to set it because there's still like MST, there's Breaker.
There's no spell and trap removal gone. So it's pretty interesting. Double Reaper in Michelle's deck here. I'm guessing with tomatoes for the swaps as well.
Yeah, that would be a good card to use, especially with the Reapers. Seth 1 Bass. Still got those 2 Thunder Dragons in Michelle's hand. Looks like they drew the MST. This could be chainable. Yes, it is. Hopefully, it's not something good. This open board MST play makes me think they have like Kaiku or something that they want to make sure goes through.
I don't think
so. They're just going to chain the
This
goats.
is a terrible move.
It is because it locks your board, and you can't even flip up the set.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing some lack of experience from Michelle here, because now SDL, a veteran player, is more than likely just gonna wait a few turns to get enough cards to try to get to that 3,700 life points, while Michelle is probably gonna be locked for quite a while now here. depending on what the set monster is.
Oof. But they're bailed out by drawing the duo.
Maybe it's probably Dakochi set, maybe? Tomato? Faith. Cause now you're really locked. They don't even have a draw card in the grave here.
They might consider going for MST here just to make sure. But I think you're much safer going for
I'm taking creature swap,
creature swap.
or meta.
Yeah. Definitely some options. They will go for the swap. They're going to tribute out the Thunder Dragon.
So at least they can continue putting pressure on here. They are not completely locked.
I think if you're going to go for the Thunder Dragon there, maybe you do just go for the ST. But I guess you kind of want the Thunder Dragon to die to a Battle Trap as well just now. Because then it opens up your board again.
Yeah, I do not like.
They're very ahead.
I do not like the scapegoat play still, but
I didn't either because like you said, it locks your board and gives STL Kill a time to draw cards. But now that there's the board space open,
even with a monster with a board space open now, though, like it's only gonna be one monster at a time.
If it's BLS though, I don't think you care.
This is still three. This is still 3 attacks have to go through though.
It is. It's 3 directs, and he has another Sakuretsu. Topping his way through this.
You know that could have been. Now you can't set a monster. If that attack did go through, you'd still be waiting.
Yeah.
But I guess they don't have anything else to play anyway. So
I guess you could set something like the Koichi because you still have another Thunder Dragon you can tribute over it with. Man, that 27 though, it's still low. STL just needs a certain combo of cards, and he's despite this card
did
difference,
hit STL's BLS. Yeah, STL's setting the monster here, knowing that his opponent has creature swap.
So it's probably Sangan, I would say Sangan or Serp, or maybe a Recruiter. But the thing is, he's playing Warriors, so
it's
Warriors with Dakoichi though. So,
yeah.
So it might have the Sangan. It's Don Zalug. And they're going to tribute the Don to run over the Goat for 16.
You cannot flip summon the Don the turn you play the creature swap. You do have Light and Dark Engrave now, but I don't know if FTL even plays Sorcerer.
That Blade Knight is a huge top deck. He still has the 3 Goats to get through now, but that is a threat. Michelle needs the meta. Heavy Storm, probably going to drop meta here. Solemn. Now he's in ring range. Snatch, going to take the game. Book of Moon. That's it. He can't answer the Blade Knight. I wonder why they just went for heavy to try to snatch it, I guess. Breaker. Ooh, and it hits a Saku. This is looking like STL's game right now.
I don't know about that. There's a lot of answers left. There's still a Goat on the board. There's still Chaos Food in the graveyard.
But one of the cards in their hand is Thunder Dragon. So it's essentially like 2-2.
No,
they have gone
through... all the Thunder Dragons are gone. They have 3 real cards.
Oh, I didn't see the one at the bottom. You're right. Okay, so it is 3 real cards.
Mm-hmm. And anything to do a combo with is pretty much here too. So unless you're sitting on like a bunch of yeah.
Well, they're just gonna give him the breaker.
Yep. So
it can hit for 16, but
this is gonna clear the board.
It is gonna clear the board, and it's gonna leave breaker for next turn. So they're gonna need another Blade Knight.
Could have done this play where you keep the Blade Knight instead of the breaker and then the life points wouldn't be what they are, but I think I'd rather have the Blade Knight. Okay. We're gonna go to game 3 here.
Yeah. It's too much card advantage for STL Kill to pull it back.
Yeah, I mean, after the scapegoat thing that went down of the MST into the goat, or into the MST into the goat, it was then followed up with like Delinquent Duo and Heavy Storm the next
Yeah.
2 turns after that.
Yeah, there's not much you can do. I mean, Michelle just had way too many cards to just be thrown around for SDL to stabilize against. It was still very close, though, despite all that.
Yeah, no, SDL stayed in it.
So I wonder if you're Michelle, if you just keep in the Noblemans, because he's been setting Donzalug. He plays Faith and Deco. I would at least keep one Nobleman in just for that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you keep both, but
I think I would side out all the set stuff if I was SDL at this point.
yeah, I mean, he's not fooling anybody with his flips anymore. So, especially in Game 3, where you've shown them you're going to keep in your flips, they might keep in the Nobleman, then you can blanket Game 3.
Mm-hmm.
But he has been setting the Donzalug, so
4 back rows. No standby phase, does shoot. Do you have the double solemn?
Solemn to Solemn. Already at a 4K game.
And it's gonna resolve, yeah. It's something you can't just set 4 back rows with only 1 solemn judgment against a deck you know is playing
Yeah.
solemn judgment. Like all these.
This is insane.
Look at this blowout now.
Oh my god.
You didn't have to set your Mirror Force and your Ring and your Book of Moon.
That's
just
detrimental.
because you have a solemn judgment doesn't mean you need to set 4 back rows.
That's the game. Just like that. Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree, because if you know you're playing against a deck that plays Solemns and they already have it set, if you don't have 2 Solemns, I would be very wary. And it just showed why just now. That was a 2-turn game. Crazy.
And that will leave us with Matt Uber will be taking on SDL. Is Slash Tap still playing Death Grip? They are. We'll top into there. And it looks like they're in game 1. So Slash Tap on Reasoning Gate. And
See
Death
the
Grip
blowback dragon.
looking like he's on Chaos Turbo.
Very, very turbo because of the Night Assailants. This is as turbo as it gets. Monster Gate into the Jinzo. Dropping BLS.
Dimension Fusion for game?
Dimension Fusion for game would be. There it is. That's the power of Reason Gate Turbo. I mean, you just get those hands. I think it's definitely the correct way to build the deck. But with decks like these, they do brick because you're running so many combo pieces. I think when you're playing against Reasoning Gate Turbo, you have to play a very, very aggressive. Try to get them under that 2K threshold. It's like, even if you're running cards like, I don't know, like Dekoichi, I would be just normal summoning them, trying to get them through under 2K as soon as possible, because as soon as they're under 2K, it is very, very hard for the Reasoning Gate player to actually win the game.
You also want to try to get some of your own cards banished as fast as possible too.
Yeah.
So you can put some defense again when they play the Dimension Fusion.
Yes. However, Reasoning Gate Turbo can actually tech a copy of Spell Economics, which would throw a lot of people off because they'll play super aggressive, low value plays to get that damage in to get you under 2K. And if you drop something like Spell X, then that totally just nullified everything they did. You could probably swing it back. But I don't see a lot of people doing that because, again, it just adds another card to the deck that just helps. Or doesn't help. It makes it worse because you brick more.
Death Grip gonna start this one off. We're gonna
The classic Thunder Dragon.
dig for Thunder Dragons. Is it a classic at this point?
I think it's a classic. So many decks run this card now. Oh, Thunder Dragon in a pot. It only gets more classic if they get Charity Duo. We're not so lucky, it seems. Set one monster, set one back row pass.
Lots of different options when siding against and building a side deck for Reasoning Gate. One of the most popular, I think, is probably Cyberstein, to bring out Last Word from Another Planet. But you also see cards like Threatening Roar, Hollowed Life Barrier. Well,
Oof,
that's not
wow.
a 4. However,
That is not a 4.
only going to get back Reasoning at least. So we can
Still puts it on the board though, and
play.
I mean,
Oh, just seeing it anywhere but your hand is all you care about for this deck.
yeah, absolutely.
And Slash Up actually thinking, do they want to play the Reasoning yet?
Well, I mean, it's one back row. Oh, he's thinking about using heavy. Okay. It is goats. It's still not the worst thing ever, though, especially if you're running stuff like Lightning Vortex. I would definitely play the other Reasoning here, yeah. I think he's just going to go all out, try to OTK again. Oh, and he hits another with just 1 mil. It's not good. It looks like Death Grip actually called it right, too. Called that 6. I'd probably still be calling 4 there. It's a good call by him. Wonder what else Slash has in his hand. We did see the blowback dragon though, so maybe 6 is it's not a bad call. It's like he's gonna attack into the Spirit Reaper. It's because of Spirit Reaper's effect. Can't be destroyed. Slash gonna set 1 back row. And pass. Looks like he's gonna match it, set another back row pass. That's a Sorry about that, everyone. I got some big ass dogs and they like to bark. So, Slash Tap drops Air Knight. I'm trying to catch up here. Looks like he didn't attack. Or he did attack. I can't tell. Oh, he attacked the Reaper. Keeping his board locked attacks the Reaper. Okay, I like that. Looks like Death Grip gonna crash a Goat token, give Slash another draw to open up his board. Slash's play to attack the Reaper seems to be very good. So it gave him another draw and 1900 more damage. Now he's going to drop the Tribe. Tribe going to discard a Thunder Dragon here. Almost certainly going to resolve. It's going to chain Torrential. Okay, so he is playing traps in his Reasoning Gate. Probably just the staples. It's going to be a full board clear. But the Demok is banished now. He attributed that with the Air Knight. So if he gets into Dimension Fusion here, he's going to be able to get that back and probably add Reasoning. We'll see what Slash does here. He's looking at his grave. He's going for a BLS play or a Sorcerer. Sorcerer on empty board, potentially opening up the Reasoning. Just going to attack, so no Jinzo Reasoning Demok play. 23 is going to put him in one more attack range for game.
And that's a lot of cards for Slash Tap to still have, and you only have 2100.
Yeah, it is.
Like, they can find ways to get that damage in, even if the Sorcerer is dealt with.
And he's got 2 back row too, so he's playing some back row in this list, which I kind of like as well. It makes it less linear of a list for the opponent to deal with. One of them is probably Goats, though. That's thinking on his play. He's got 7 cards, unless some of those are Thunder Dragon. One of them is Thunder Dragon. Mind Control is the set card.
This is only
be able to banish the Sork or
a temporary solution.
Yeah, it's very temporary because of Reasoning. Dimension Fusion.
Someone asked if Slash Tap is on Reason Gate Turbo or the slower version. This is with Sinister. I'd say this is the Turbo version. It does play traps though, more than
it does play. It does play traps, and it plays Blowback Dragon,
yeah.
which I would say is like kind of like a control-y grindy card. I haven't seen too much yet to make a proper read, but the traps do stand out.
It's definitely not like the Alifia Magical Marionette version.
Now, Nobleman is a card I did not expect to see at all from Slash Tap's list. Because of the fact it banishes monsters and it gives them more walls to deal with when you go for the dimension play.
A lot of times what'll happen, the reason that they'll still play it against this deck particular, is because you just play the Dimension Fusion first, and then you Nobleman something to get it off the board, and then just attack for game. And if you also just need it to stop the Magician of Faith loop sometimes too, especially going second.
He is running like the Blowback though, which isn't a reliable out, but it's definitely possible. Yeah. It gets rid of the banish factor.
I actually wonder,
okay, so one of them was Goats.
I actually wonder how much better Mind Control would be in that spot.
Well,
than Nobleman for these kind of decks.
It definitely would nullify the draw for Death Grip to try to get back into this game. I think he's in a decent spot right now, but he's on borrowed time. Especially with his life points and there being 4...
Slash Tap has a lot of good cards left in their deck.
4 big-ass threats being banished.
They still haven't played a Pot of Greed, a Graceful Charity, Card Destruction, 3-dimension fusions.
He could be looking to tribute over this Thousand Eyes, which he is. For the Air Knights, this is going to nullify Goats. Let's see if Death Grip has a trap here. Does have the Saku.
Light and Dark now engrave.
Yep. We have seen one Sorcerer. So Death Grip also has Light and Dark engrave. He has 2 actually of each.
Yeah, but they've got to get around 3 Goats.
They got to get around 3 Goats, yeah. And the Tribe is already gone as well. He's going to drop a Sork here just to get rid of a token.
but also just banished a Reaper. So that
He
is
did.
some defense
Yeah.
against Defusion.
Yeah. It's gonna be.
Even
It's
though
gonna. It's
Air
gonna
Knight,
force the sorcerer to banish it,
Air Knight is banished.
or Air Knight can crash it. Yeah. Slash did play
Actually,
earlier. Where
2 Air Knights here from Slash Tap.
yep, 2 copies. Could be leaning more towards the grindy version with multiples of that card. Raigeki Break, yeah, it's definitely a grindy version. It's not a card you see in the Mega Turbo one. It's also really interesting too because I don't really know what you're discarding other than like Demock or Jinzo or Air Knight, I guess too, just to set up your Chaos plays. Maybe he's running the Serpent.
Yeah, I mean, one of the arguments for playing these decks is that they kind of have like a higher ceiling than a lot of other decks. I don't know if it's a higher ceiling than... I guess it is a higher ceiling than Chaos Turbo, just because of Dimension Fusion.
You definitely have to think about your sequencing for sure, like you said with the Noblemans, stuff like
I mean, you're
that.
generally just a lot behind in card advantage, but that you're more explosive.
Yeah, he's got the Dust Tornadoes. For sure, a grindy version. Dust Tornado, Raigeki Break, 2 Air Knights. It's going to hit Goats. So that was a chainable. He's going to lock up his own board again, though. Prem for the Air Knight. It's going to hit for 19.
Defusion for the other one for game.
Defusion for the other one for game, yeah.
Or just attack 2 turns in a row and that's it.
Yeah, because those goats aren't going anywhere.
I think it's pretty smart for Slash Tap to have switched over to Air Knights right now, because I think we're seeing more and more of these Chaos Control decks, and if not maining Goats, then you're seeing these decks side decking Goats right now.
Yeah, Goat's a very good card. It handles the Turbo game, it handles the Warrior game.
And it had gotten so much better recent months
Yeah.
because of the lack of Air Knight.
Yep. She does have the meta.
200 life points left for Death Grip. But Thousand Eye is not the easiest card to answer.
He would need
Chaos Monster, most likely.
Chaos Monster, Mirror Force, which he's probably running in this.
They do have trap cards in the deck.
It could be running more Raigeki Breaks. There's the Mirror Force.
Wow.
So Slash still has a Chaos play set up. He's got his Banish Zone ready to go. Defu.
Yeah, it feels like it's just a matter of time, right? Plenty of life
Yeah.
points.
You're definitely on borrowed time here if you're Death Grip. Been on borrowed time for like 7 turns now, I'd say. Can't even flip up the set because of your life points. You'd just die to Crane, even if it was Deco.
Slash Tap, I guess, not drawing Dimension Fusion yet. Because taking a while to think here.
Yeah, they all seem buried about halfway through his deck. Hasn't seen a single copy. Just gonna set another background pass. It's gonna be very hard for Death Grips to win this game.
Well, they are up. They are up in a lot of cards still.
The thing is, like, Tribe's gone, Pot's gone, one Sork is gone, And those are kind of cards that you would need to break this board right now with the scapegoat tokens, because the longer it takes you to kill these tokens, the easier it's going to be for Slash to stall and eventually draw into a
BLS
dimension
can clear
fusion.
them. I think Slash
Can
Death
clear
could
the tokens.
definitely have a Snatch Steal in hand already, though.
Yes, most likely going to clear these. Yep. Let's see if he finally drew it.
Yeah,
Checking his grave. Might have chaos play.
it could have even been worth, I don't know what Death Grip's hand is but it could have been worth flipping whatever this set card is here, summoning something else, and just getting some damage in instead of just attacking the goats. Even without a back row, like just risking your opponent not having a monster.
Yeah, because once you get them under 2K...
Because you're just risking them not having Dimension Fusion no matter what anyway. Do you think they have more D-Fusions left or more Sacred Cranes left in their deck?
Oh, definitely more defuse, because we've already seen it.
So that's what I'm saying, or it might have just made more sense just to start going a little more aggressive last turn because of that. However, not flipping it also keeps them out of losing from Snatch Steal alone, because if he had even snatched the BLS last turn, then he would have to clear 3 monsters still. But these goats are going to keep Slash's life just plenty high. Wow, another meta.
So he's going to be trying to take the BLS here. Let's see if Death Grips has an answer for that. I haven't seen any books yet. Looks like it's going to go through.
You think you're clearing goats?
Yeah, I think you're clearing goats, because the only reason you're not flipping right now is you don't want to die to direct damage. So I would not be sold on the fact that's not a good flip monster. I think it's probably a good one. You just can't risk flipping it unless you have game or a way to remove it or protect it, etc. I think clearing goats is probably the right move here. Snatch of his own.
This is going to just result in Slash Ab's life points going higher, but it
does going higher, give him more time.
It puts some sort of clock.
It does give Death Grips a 3K monster. But with the Snatch life, I think he could take, 3 direct attacks from this and still have enough for a defu play? And he would surely have game still because of the goat token. With Jinzo being dropped, Sorcerer to get rid of the Thousand Eyes. Looks like he's got MST here. He wants to clear this token, which is interesting because as soon as you draw Defu, it's going to be game with the Air Knight. And even with the Thousand Eyes poking you, I mean, you're still at a really high life points. I might have maybe just not MST'd the Snatch.
You also could have waited until, like, the
battle phase at the very least. Yeah, at the very least. So now he's going to sit on another Thousand Eyes. It still has the problem of Defu is still a very huge factor. I mean, he's got 18 cards left in his deck. Yeah, he's going to draw it.
And the Sorcerer will be able to just banish the Thousand Eyes.
Yep. Yeah, and he'll have Jinzo on the board too, so traps won't matter.
And Demock.
And Demock.
Unless Death Grip has Solemn.
Yeah. Solemn would definitely do it. But then he still has more copies in his deck, and you're still in the situation where now you can't even do damage because you're sitting with a 0/0 Thousand Eye.
Yeah, I don't know what my plan would be if I was Death Grip.
It's not looking good. Definitely not looking good.
I mean, I guess card advantage is what you're really trying to bank on still.
He does have a Thunder Dragon in hand, so he could tribute over the Thousand Eyes. Looks like Slash is going to use his own Snatch just to monster gate it. Oh man, if he mills all of his
three. I was
defuse
gonna
right
say,
now,
imagine he mills all
oh
three of
dude,
Fusion. Not even gonna mill one.
into
Don't worry
into
about
Crane,
it.
he might just draw it here off this Crane. That would suck if he milled all three. Nobleman gonna go for game, just on the attack. It's a Knight Assailant. Let's see. He's not banishing anymore, so he must have another. Or he's just gonna scoop. Oh, and Delinquent Duo set. Bad card to draw
like
here.
Matt
He's
Uber.
drawn to see when he gets his defuse. He drew 5 more cards.
Jeez, it looks like Matt Uber did knock SDL down to losers.
Yeah, looks like Matt Uber's chilling in the semifinals right now.
All right, I do want
Winners.
to watch this losers round game of Mr. Big Noodle versus AJT.
Yeah, let's jump into that one. Oh, it just started too. Here's this. Whoa. Okay, we got a Abyss Soldier and Nightmare Penguin. Zaborg, Cold Wave, multiple Nightmare Penguin. Already gone through Ring and Mirror. AJ's got the duo with the Serpent already in the grave. It's AJ rolling for Fair Multiplier, as he likes to call it. Gonna hit a Kaiku and a Thunder Dragon. Oh, it looks like he did have Thunder Dragons in his hand yet. So what has AJ gone through? Gonna crash the Kaiku in the Abyss. AJ's already gone through full Trinity, a Sork, one of his Blade Knights. Noodle gonna drop a Kaiku and swing. This goes through. No, it doesn't. He has Mirror Force. Still doesn't have a light in his grave, though. Maybe those Chaos Monsters are clogging him again. Sets another pass. Breaker, potentially getting a +1 here. Thinking on the summon, could be thinking about Solemn. Or Ring. It's going to be Solemn. I think if you had Ring, maybe you go Ring here first. Just because now you're still in Ring range. Think as well as Solemnus, think on Resolute. He's going to cough back his Kaiku now to prevent him from making a Chaos play. Pretty intricate sequencing there. So Noodle's already used his normal with the breaker. He's going to go for a Raigeki break. Let's see what he hits here. I would think it would be the Kaiku. Yeah, you definitely don't want to hit call. Because he has book.
Pretty close in card advantage, but still AJTBS is up.
He's up on cards, but he's really far down on.
Yeah, and with these water monsters can just clear the stuff you have set and sneak an attack in.
Did he set that card last turn? I thought he summoned Breaker. I don't think he can.
I was not looking. Should I pause the game? Do you know?
I'm pretty sure he summoned that last turn when he already used Breaker. Like 95%. I'm gonna tell AJ to look at the log.
Yeah, it looks like the double summon happened. Shouldn't be too big of a difference. Yeah, so the Serpent should just be back in hand. I don't think it makes any more difference to this game.
Yeah, no. It would just be Serpent in hand, he would add 3.
This be a warning for Mr. Big Noodle.
Yep. Yeah, I thought that looked weird because he went for Breaker on that play and it got Solemn.
Yeah, I feel like with Breaker is when the double summon mistakes happen the most.
Yeah.
Just like so much stuff happens in between of when a monster is being played that it seems to be when it comes up.
Yeah, I mean, usually it's just an honest mistake. I don't think anyone's trying to do anything malicious, especially with something like that. You know, it's just a sinister start.
He actually could even still put it on the board.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, he can still set it here or summon it because he used Aqua Spirit. So. Yeah, so he's just going to do the same play anyway. He's got the Blade Knight as a tremendous card to have right now. The thing is, the Serp will be able to set and stall coming up, assuming he doesn't have a better play. So AJ will need another monster to be able to get damage in. So he's just going to set the Serpent. If AJ gets something like Kaiku, looks like he just drew another back row, which also isn't bad, considering he's got the Blade Knight on the board. He is, however, like I said, not getting any damage in right now. So it is giving Mr. Big Noodle more time to draw cards to try to finish out this game.
Yeah, that's part of the thing of when you're that low in life, you got to get the game done and over with.
Yeah, he absolutely needs another normal, or like BLS, but he doesn't have the lights, so BLS would actually be a really bad draw right now.
It does look like Mr. Big Noodle's deck could do some cool things of like Cold Wave, summon an Aqua Spirit, tribute for a Monarch.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely creative. It's got that sleeper meta check on it.
Penguin, Nightmare Penguin, a pretty cool card. 1800 defense, boosts all waters including itself. Not actually a flip, so it is not stopped by Blade Knights. It will still get his flip effect off. Doesn't get all the copies banished from Nobleman.
You're gonna go Abyss here, try to bounce the Blade Knight.
No, you can bounce a back row to put Blade Knight down to 1600.
Oh, that's also true. Yeah, that's actually way better. That's way better.
Well, bouncing the blade though is a direct attack for game, whereas 200 difference.
It is, but he's got two back rows, so you have I would be assuming this isn't gonna.
Yeah, and the summon was just successful. There's gotta be.
Yeah. One of them's solemn, I would say, or maybe not because he let the summon go through. It's probably a battle trap. It's got to be a battle trap. He's deciding to just go for game. I think it's a battle trap. It's Book of Moon.
Well, that was better than it being a battle trap.
And it was, yeah.
Hitting Book of Moon wouldn't have been good either.
No, I just chain it.
Because it wouldn't have bounced. It wouldn't have even gotten the Blade Knight up to 2000, let alone be able to attack over it.
AJ's still not drawing a monster. Maybe he did. He just wants the Blade Knight back out, but it's really gonna have to push through the Serpent. Try to close out this game. Dust Tornado is gonna help a lot.
That would have been
assuming
a really
he gets
good
another
call.
monster here. Yeah, that would have been a really good call. He still doesn't draw another. This Serpent just getting crazy value, Mr. Big Noodle.
Heavy Storm still in the deck for Big Noodle.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. He just said in chat you could have BLS in hand, so maybe he didn't want to kill the Blade Knight to give him a light monster. That's why he bounced it.
Yeah, I mean that's always a possibility, but okay, Preemie. I think I just bounce this Blade Knight and try to attack for game again. Unless you have another water.
No, I'd be bouncing the Prem and just use again.
You could, but then what difference does that make? You're just like the Abyss Soldier's still gonna get run over by the blade.
Well, you could just go Zaborg.
Yeah. I mean it's slightly better than just premiing the Zaborg, having both of them out.
He is going to go for the double Baron. It puts him 1600 less, which helps AJ a lot in this spot, but
yeah, this is the right move. Premium though. Are we getting back to Premium? Well, he's going to tribute for Mobius first? Holy crap.
Shit. That's almost going to seal it, I would say. He's got the Compulse, but no Solemn, so now he's just going to premium out
the Zaborg.
Zaborg.
But that's only 400.
It's only 400, but it kills a Blade Knight. He would have to have the BLS.
He has 475.
He would have to have the BLS here. And if there's anything... Oh, does he have another water? He has another water?
Wow, he had another Oh no, it's the same Mobius, duh.
That's crazy.
It's the Mobius.
Oh yeah, he does.
Compulse.
Yeah, he
What a turn of events there.
That's a crazy game shot.
Yeah, I just didn't see it. I didn't think about the water being back in his hand.
Yeah, no, that's really, really good.
Wow, I did not think Big Noodle was taking that one. Good job.
That was a crazy game shot.
That Compulse was perfect. Because honestly, I didn't love that play ending with the 75 life points for AJ. But then,
yeah, It's
That really cleaned it up.
probably one of the highlights I've seen so far. Just that game shot in particular it was really, really. That's the thing too with compulse against monarchs. Like you don't really care if it gets compulsed because you can just bring it out again later. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like he didn't have to here. He just used it with Abyss Soldier, which is really cool. If I'm AJ, I would probably be looking to side those out.
I would think this is probably one of the harder matchups for this water deck. Having to deal with like the 2000 Blade Knight has got to be super annoying.
Yeah, it gets over everything but your monarchs. Unless you boost Abyss Soldier with Penguin Soldier. You could trade. So AJ has a set card. I wonder if he brought in the flips. It looks like he did. Spy is going to have the same problem as Blade Knight then for this deck.
Because like your Penguin can get Abyss Soldier up to 2000, but that's not enough.
Yeah, no, it just trades. And it doesn't even deal with the Spy.
I like the Spy in the side deck for a warrior deck here.
It's actually really good against the mirror.
Yeah, it's something I've heard talked about. And it's like your opponent took out Noblemans, and now you've got 2000 defense walls that no deck is handling easily. Yeah, like you said in the mirror too, they might even be taking out their
Sasuke's or level 2s.
Sasuke's, yeah. On top of the Noblemans coming out.
Yeah. The GK Warrior list that my teammate Fusion used really highlighted the power of like using Spy in combination with Warrior cards because it it helps your Warrior matchup and it also just helps everything else too. And they kind of have to decide if they want to keep it Nobleman or not to deal with the Spies. So AJ set another monster. I think he runs Magician of Faiths and Dekoichi's. Faith wouldn't be good here, but Dekoichi would at least pay for itself. It's gonna be DD Warrior Lady.
Not what you want to happen to your Abyss Soldier.
That's another thing too with running these like warrior flip decks, is that you see them set cards like Faith and Dekoichi, etc., and you don't want them to like flip up a Dekoichi and then start hitting you with it, so you'll swing into it, and it just ends up being DD Warrior Lady.
So that Dust Tornado is actually going to be a pretty big deal, because it just picked off the Regeki Break, which is a way to deal with these spies, but Mr. Big Noodle is only getting so much value out of Thunder Dragon in this deck, and losing Regeki Break, now you just have 2 cards in your hand that he's probably not going to get much use out of unless he gets to Graceful Charity.
Which he very much could here with this Pot of Greed. And AJ just pushed so much damage in. That's just another thing about Spy. It's a 2k wall, and once it resolves, it's 24 to your face. We'll see what Noodle can do here. He does have the Breaker.
Now you also cannot summon any of these water monsters while Kaiku's on the board. The from graveyard ones. Not that there's any waters. Not that there's any waters in the grave at the moment, anyway. But
he might be looking to run over the Kaiku right now. Surely that's why he summoned it. Unless he's just going to sit on it, which is also a play.
I don't think he's using the counter because he just set back rows.
So he's going to look to sit on it and maybe try to bring out a Heavy Storm.
Another Regeki Break, maybe? No.
Cold Wave. I wonder if you could have just Cold
game?
Wave.
I would say Cold Wave would have done kind of the same thing.
Yeah,
He could
I wonder.
have Cold Wave attacked the Kaiku.
Yeah, Cold Wave attacked Kaiku, then popped the set
Oh,
N2.
no, he could not. He played Pot of Greed.
Oh, he did. He must have drew it off.
Yeah. Even if he didn't draw it off it, if you drew any of the cards off it, once you played Pot of Greed, you have to decide if you're playing Cold Wave or Pot of Greed for the turn.
Right. I think he probably just drew it off pot then.
Cold Wave, we are seeing the most I've ever seen in GOAT format be played these last few months. But I think what's held it back for so long is a lot of these reasons is the spell cards are so powerful in GOAT format that, and they're essentially useless the same turn that you play the Cold Wave. So Cold Wave has to be, it's not just situational, it's super situational. You have to play it before, you have to play it the perfect timing of when you're going to like stop your opponent from doing anything and make your little push of a play and not use any other spell cards that same turn. So you have to draw it at the right time, and then you have to be careful about playing it at the right time too.
It also goes both ways though too, because as soon as you use the Cold Wave, all those same power spells that your opponent could have can also just not use them.
Right, so there's the whole range of like, is it the right time to play it just to stall my opponent for a turn while I set something else up? It's interesting that it's like started to become more of the meta this year.
It's also crazy because this is a format that has Giant Trunade at 3, Cold Wave at 3, and it has Heavy. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, usually my argument for Cold Wave has always been, well, Giant Trunade's just better most of the time because there's not a lot of cards that you can do anything other than normal summoning GOAT format. But people are trying to push through that with cards like Cyberstein, and we've seen Gigantes and Aqua Spirit here. There are a few exceptions. Chaos Monsters, obviously.
Yep. Yeah, I think Cold Wave between Trunade, it just adds that extra of turning off your opponent's spells.
Mm-hmm. But a little harder to use on your own end.
But yeah, it comes with that situationalness to it. So Noodle opened T-Drag, Pot of Greed, summon Sangan, set 1 back row. AJ has a set monster, 2 back row. Looks like he's kept the flip monsters in. I wonder if Noodle sided out his Nox game 1, decided to bring him back in for, or not game 1, game 2. Or maybe, yeah, side out his Nox game 1 after game 1. Fuck, you know what I'm saying.
Will it resolve? No.
He's gonna walk into his Solemn. Oh man.
Still gonna get the Sangan Search.
He is gonna get the Sangan Search.
Sinister, if he doesn't have it, is my guess with this set.
It's gotta be Serpent, especially with running Abyss Soldiers. You'd have to go for. I feel like you'd have to go for Sinister here.
Seems like he's taking a while to think though, so could already have the Sinister in hand.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. I wonder what else you would add if you already have the Serpent then.
I'm not sure.
Maybe the Penguin Soldier?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
He's getting Serpent. I think the thing that you're probably thinking that long about getting Serpent or not too is like you already have 2 dead Thunder Dragons in your hand. So you might be like, I just need an actual card right now, not a Serpent.
I mean, that game 1 Serpent was like the reason I feel he was able to beat him, because it bought him so much time.
Yeah, whereas last game AJ was able to just banish everything and
Yep.
did it quickly too, so there was not gonna be able to really even get those combos going because AJ ended the game fast enough and cut him off at the legs.
Yep, that's the thing when facing these combo type decks is they need time to establish their combo. If you kill them or you get them pressured way too early, it really makes it hard for them. Putting his spies into attack mode, etc., was totally the right play.
Yeah, I agree. That cleaned it up. Now a mind control.
Well, we do know he's playing flips, but he does run the Warriors, so it could be DD. It could be Sangan. It is Sangan.
There's the Sangan.
Yeah, mind control against this deck. I just don't see it. Definitely just blew a card there. He's like you said, we got 2 Thunder Dragons and a Serpent in hand.
Yeah, there's probably only like 3 or so cards you'd ever want to mind control against AJ.
Yeah,
I can't imagine he has much more than some Dakochis and Faiths.
Like even mind controlling Spy is like not even that good against AJ, because it still gives him the 2K bond. All it does is prevent him from getting the other one out, and you can't even resolve it yourself. So really, all you're hitting is what, Faith and Deco. That's about it. Looks like he checked for knock / mind control last turn too with the Sangan, so that other card's probably another like an actual.
And the mind control, like AJ's playing at what, probably 1 sorcerer at max, so it's not like you're gonna clean up a lot of chaos monsters with it either.
Yeah, it's probably just the 1 sorcerer with the BLS. It's like maybe if you ran like 1 copy of the mind control, I would definitely not put in multiples though, and I'd still be hesitant about the first.
Not gonna attack the Sangan.
Because Big Noodle's playing Kaiku too, right? So.
Yeah, I mean I guess that's a reason to play mind control, is you can turn off the Kaiku for a turn to summon your Aqua Spirit, but that's, I don't know, not ideal. I do like mind control against Solemn decks, where just moving the monster onto your side of the board sometimes can let you get a game shot in, but...
Yeah, speaking of Solemn, he is already at 4,000. I've seen this a lot today, a lot of Solemn.
A lot of
very
early
high
Solemns,
presentation.
Yeah. So AJ's gonna Mobius him back, tributing a Sangan of his own. Ring, that's gonna bring AJ down to 1,600.
It does. It almost turns off his own ring, essentially, because he's just so low. But Noodle using his this early is actually really good for AJ too, because now he doesn't have to worry about dying to ring. Just gonna add off his Sangan here. I wonder what he goes for. He does run that Tsukiyomi, which doesn't seem like a bad ad here, but he's just gonna go for the Exiled.
So the question is, how does Big Doodle deal with these walls?
His own Monarch, his own Mobius. That would be, especially because AJ didn't add Tsukiyomi. So if I had a Monarch here, I would almost want him to just blow the X out on it right away.
We did even see a Zaborg in Big Noodle's grave, I believe.
Yeah, we did. Zaborg would be awesome here too. He's just gonna go for Tribe. This is gonna kill his own Breaker.
But it's a game shot, and he's got Sinister.
It is a game shot.
And Thunder Dragons in hand.
Yeah, he's got a ton of discard for this thing. The back row is gonna have to be AJ's saving grace here. Solemn again showing why it's such a dangerous card to even use.
Solemn was not used
in
Go for many years.
Oh, that card destruction is going to be huge.
And AJ did have a pretty decent hand.
He's just looking for the MST now. MST heavy.
Cold Wave, unfortunately,
he didn't get
not an answer. Well, if he did get it, he couldn't even play it.
Yeah, you gotta use it. You gotta use it. Start at M1. Noodle sets 1 back row. Does AJ have a full grave? It looks like he does have a Chaos play available. He's checking that as well. It's just gonna draw out the Sork right now. It kind of tells me he doesn't have BLS the way he's doing this. Because if you had BLS, you'd probably drop BLS first in case this sorcerer gets removed. Yeah, to keep the light in the grave. So if I'm Noodle, I'm not worried about BLS right now, but I'm definitely worried about getting rid of this monster. So he's going to swing for 23. It's going to go through.
Another set monster. So like a penguin could blank off this Chaos Sorcerer here.
That would be insane.
Abyss Soldier also would ruin this sorcerer, but then still have to deal with the set.
Even bouncing the Sork, though, it's just temporary out. But
he could also bounce the Sork,
but
attack with a Water Spirit for game.
If he kept in Nobleman, if he has Abyss Soldier, it's just game. Cold Wave.
He does play BLS.
It is very live as well.
I assume he plays BLS. He's got Thunder Dragons and plenty of Darks in the deck.
Yeah, it would kind of be crazy not to. Here comes the Abyss Soldier. Probably, if he has BLS, he's going to bounce the set. If he doesn't have BLS, he's going to bounce the sword.
Yep. Will Aqua Spirit clinch the game?
Oh,
no,
that could
he's just
be
attacking.
Nope.
But this is fine because now he can't play any spell or traps next turn. AJ can't set to boost up the Blade Knight. He has to.
He can't make the Sork.
No, he has to clear this Abyss Soldier right now with a monster. He has exiled though, right? Or did that get card destruction? He has
no.
No, that got.
Oh no! Yeah, it got card destruction.
So Blade can't get big enough.
He's gonna crash it though.
He's gonna get a light in the grave.
He's gonna crash it, and Noodle can't do anything about it either because of his own Cold Wave.
And that is the second Abyss. So AJ finding a way to get around the Abyss without using any spell or traps.
Man, if he has Snatch Steal, it's gone.
I was gonna say Snatch Steal, right?
Snatch Steal is.
There's the Snatch. Wow. Congrats, Mr. Big Noodle.
Water Turbo taking a game here over Adam.
That was a fun one.
Very nice game shot we saw as well too, and definitely showing these rogue decks can still compete in today's metagame.
Let's check out Necromancy versus Scythe. And this looks like it is game one. Cool.
So we see Apprentice Magician. Immediately, first thing I noticed from Necromancy side, he's got a Blowback Dragon in the grave.
Oh, so thank you for the YouTube sub, Michelle.
Scythe has gone through a Nobleman heavy pot. They have dragons in their hand, as does Necromancy now. 3 Deco's gone. Tribe coming out on the board to deal with a set monster. Not sure. I like that play, but I also don't know their hand. I know they have 2 Thunder Dragons in it. But Tribe is definitely a very powerful card. Especially in a format with priority.
So I think that what happened here was DD Warrior Lady attacked Apprentice Magician, and Dano used the effect, but Apprentice Magician does still trigger because it does not have to go to the graveyard.
Right.
But then they just nobleman the Magician anyway.
So he summoned Tribe into a set Serpent, and now the Tribe's just going to get removed by a Chaos Monster. This is kind of what I was worried about with just throwing Tribe out on the board like that, because now you're stuck with 2 dragons in your hand, and the opponent has a Chaos Monster, and they are up quite a bit of cards.
There is 2 Thunder Dragons in their hand.
Yes. Two of them on both sides are Thunder.
But that's still up a lot of cards, regardless.
It's still up a lot of cards. He's going to tribute the Sork for Zabor, which is actually going to pop the Apprentice.
Return.
And he's got Return. That is game. That's just game. It's not even close.
Is it not game?
No, that's game. That's game. It's 5 direct attacks. He only took.
Okay.
Man.
Sorry, I'm used to commentating with Masses who doesn't do math correctly.
Mathgus.
Mathgus. Not that I'm much better at it, but he'll throw out some wild ones.
So that Zaborg there, not only did it prevent the Apprentice Magician from using its effect, but it also just hit for 24 and opened up that game shot with return. Absolutely
Zaborg
crazy.
and return decks seem to go hand in hand because you get a bigger monster that's banished, but you also get plays like return, then tribute the small guy for Zaborg to clear off their last lane and attack for game. During Chaos Return format, Zaborg was heavily played.
Yeah, I've in my Bazu return list, I've actually been using Mobius now for like the same reason. It's just not a light monster, but it deals with those back rows. Being 2400 is very nice because on your return plays, if they have a Sork up, you just run it over.
And he just discarded Time Wizard.
Was that a Time Wizard?
It is searchable off of Apprentice Magician.
Oh my god. That is amazing. Look at his face, man. Time Wizard showed up to play in this Patreon.
Time Wizard's got some pug eyes.
Yeah. He doesn't know where he's at. No woman coming down.
So that's rough losing the Magician of Faith, because I think that is going to... Unless Necromancy plays a copy of Old Vindictive Magician, I was going to say that's going to be all the spellcasters left of the deck, but there's no more... Did they open triple Magician of Faith?
Yeah, he's not banishing any. Looks like it. I wonder if Necromancy's playing the what the hell's that thing called?
Hand
the
of
fire.
Nephies?
Yeah, because that's a target you can summon
That is
off.
the other target. I'm thinking they're playing more lights and darks, though.
Yeah, it looks like it because they're running the dragon, so they're definitely running like a chaos engine with it. But I mean, it is a target, so it is also very annoying to remove with so much chaos sorcerers. I don't think cards like Giant Fire Chicken are too much.
That's its biggest issue. Like, it's actually great against the warrior deck.
Oh, absolutely.
But every time I bring it out, it gets Book of Moon or Chaos Sorcerer. So
yeah. It's just a bad pick.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a great. Yeah, he definitely opened 2 to 3 Magician of Faith here. I definitely thought it was gonna be the answer for the warrior deck. I was like, Apprentice Magician's great against warriors, Phoenix is great against warriors, and it did not work out well when I tried it, at least. But Magician's still in here. We got Graceful Thunder Dragon again.
Yeah, we're gonna resolve 2 charities here. I wonder if Time Wizard being in the grave does anything at all for their deck.
I don't think so.
Like would you be worried about Time Wizard in any situation?
Oh yeah, I mean you could just lose to it.
Are they gonna bring it out? I'm kidding.
Blowback, I would guess here.
It's definitely gonna be blowback. Yeah.
He is gonna get a chance to use priority, so you can't chain Torrential there.
Yeah. It just looks like some inexperience here. He's just going to target the other card now. It's unfortunate.
That or he might roll a dice. Up to Necro.
It looks like he's just going to target the other card.
And he doesn't even care.
And just chaining Decree. So Decree and Blowback is also kind of nice. This combination of
Alan
cards.
Moore in chat said Time Wizard being engraved is there for the mental damage.
For sure. Every time you check your opponent's grave, you're gonna have to see him staring back.
Third flips the charm. Blowback
Nope.
not gonna hit.
Tribute to Faith for more damage.
Clean 39,
E39.
perhaps.
So Scythe doesn't have any darks in his grave, so getting rid of this blowback is probably going to be challenging, especially because of the decrees up on the board. He is deciding to set extra into a heavy storm, though.
One thing about blowback is it is a juicy snatch steal target.
Oh yes, it looks like Scythe does not have such cards. Blowback could even just pop this for free, potentially, and set up a game shot with a normal summon.
I gotta think Necro's hand is pretty good after double graceful.
And he's just gonna whiff blowback again. So MST coming down again, just for extra insurance.
And
Still going for a game shot.
Oh, I was gonna say seems kind of wasteful. Definitely was not.
Definitely was not, because he's still gonna be able to flip up this Thunder Dragon. If he's got Nobleman and a normal, it's just done. Interesting. That MST is definitely interesting. So if it wasn't setting up a game shot, used it. Now this is...
That makes it game for next turn, though. And that's probably another
it
Magician of
does.
Faith set.
Yeah, because he didn't banish any extras from the Nobleman. If he has Heavy Storm, though, I mean, this game's going to be swung pretty quick. He's get back into it. Ooh, and he's going for the Chaos Play now. Just to make sure he doesn't...
So this is game changer.
Yeah, because now he's using your own decree against you.
But do you... There is if that's Magician of Faith set, that's interesting too.
I don't think you can risk not getting rid of the back, though.
Let him miss 3 times in a row blowback.
Yeah, yeah.
He might have a Nobleman or something by now too. And Graceful
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't guarantee...
2 of them are Thunder Dragon. 2 of them are definitely Thunder Dragon.
So what he could have did there was attack the face down.
What? He's getting rid of the decree.
He could have attacked the face down before attacking the blowback, and then he can't get back premature burial.
If he had Breaker, wouldn't you just banish the set and pop the blowback
Yeah, that
with
would
the breaker in M2 after you Thunder Dragon?
Yeah, that would have been better as well.
That would have been way better of a play, because then it also leaves decree up
I'm
on
guessing this
you
isn't Faith set because you'd think he would have flipped it for the MST or the Graceful before ripping the brain control.
He's just gonna try to kill him with his own PLS.
Wow.
He did get rid of the decree though, so I think he has trap that could deal with this, but it sucks. Oh my gosh.
I mean, he went out of his way to get rid of the decree. Ugh.
Okay. Well,
he will get the BLS.
That's always
back.
a really bad sign.
He's gonna get the BLS back though.
He is gonna get the BLS back, but using return like that's always a sign you're just gonna lose, like, very very soon.
I don't know.
From experience.
In this particular situation, it might not.
It's also keeping the monster set.
It
You
must.
flip
It
it?
must not be Magician.
Well, surely you would have flipped it
Yeah.
if it was magician. It's probably apprentice.
Mm-hmm. But he could have. Yeah. I would have flipped it even if it was apprentice to try to attack for game in case he like Sakuretsu'd or something on the BLS. I guess you're not thinking about Sakuretsu. Did he just banish his own BLS? No, okay. I guess you're
He's
not
just
too worried
misclicking.
about Sakuretsu against Chaos Return.
It was apprentice.
Yeah, I think Necro's in big trouble.
Well, that's always a good draw when you're in trouble. Maybe we'll see Time Wizard come out. Oh man. Snatch Steal. No book, no MST.
Just
Could
attacking for game again.
use MST in battle. I don't think
Ooh.
if it was MST you would.
Reaper.
Ooh, Spirit Reaper. Again, more Reaper. Lots of Reaper today. Can't even banish it.
Now we set the faith, maybe?
Do you think he runs 3?
With Apprentice Magician, I would think you run 3. Maybe not.
He does seem pretty high on spells, so maybe he does run. Tribute from Mobius, Zabor. Call BLS. Whew.
Potentially game.
I guess he just doesn't think he runs traps because the decree, so he's not worried about mirror, he's not worried about TT.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna have to book it. Gonna look to maybe run it over next turn. Yeah. His hand is very real. I think he has Serpent though, right? We saw Serpent.
I'm not positive.
I don't remember either. Dropping in another Chaos Monster? What?
Why?
What's the play on that?
To not get duoed because he already used Brain Control and Snatch, and there's a Soul Exchange going. I guess.
Man, if I was planning on just dropping Sork, I would have just swung with it, not respecting mirror anyway.
Yeah.
And it could have maybe just gave you game because he had to book the Zabword. Or no, he'd still be alive because he used the BLS, but.
Oh yeah, so he had the BLS where he could have banished booked and then.
Yeah. Top decks and Nobleman. He's just
That'll
gonna
do
scoop.
it.
Yep.
So I believe we have winners finals going on right now. Matt Uber versus Don't Copy.
Yeah, let's definitely jump into that one.
So who won game 1? That would be Matt Uber won game 1?
No, looks like Don't Copy won game 1.
Okay.
So Uber's running Jar Greeds in here on top of his Upstart Goblins.
This is game 2. Keep in mind as well. And
Yes.
Mind Control, only Snatch and a Kaiku.
Set Kaiku. Some mind games there. Tokens on both sides. Kaiku gonna be able to kill that crane. Nope, gonna flip ring.
That Uber has been on quite the winning streak as well.
I haven't really kept up with his performances, but I do recognize the name. I know he's won some things.
He's won some European tournaments as well as some online tournaments.
Just chaining Koth to the Visor Shock. Be able to draw off the crane here, and
The call
most certainly
will not go to hand.
right. Yeah, and he'll be able to clear the board. You know, it's really not that threatening of a board, though. You know what I mean? Like three goat tokens.
This can turn into one monster. You can turn this into like totally different board, though.
Yes.
But you're right. It's not that threatening of a board.
Yeah, he's got very little in hand. Just Jar of Greed. Seen a lot of more Jar of Greeds lately, too. Really not a card I would consider in my decks, but... So that Visor Shot came down and only just reset the back row and gave him an extra. And the crane just died anyway. Yeah. If I'm don't copy, I probably don't even want to kill this Visor Shock right now either.
Is it the only dark?
Yeah, it's the only dark. So I would just be killing tokens.
Clear goats for now, yeah.
And it's not like the Visor Shock's doing anything anyways. The most it could do is does he run Monarchs in here?
I don't think so.
Okay. So then yeah, you don't even. Oh. Well, now that he's used that to get rid of Demock, maybe you do want to kill the Visor Shock here.
Playing around Trap Dust Shoot.
Which is almost certainly going to be sided in against this combo deck.
Definitely something that newer players need to think about a lot more is playing around Trap Dust Shoot.
Yeah, it's one of, if not the most common.
It's like a fundamental thing at this point that you need.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's a good hit from Matt Uber. He knows your opponent's drawing a monster, though. Can most likely clear this Berserk Gorilla unless there's a Book of Moon.
Yeah, it would have to be Book here.
He can't Stein his opponent right now, though.
Nope.
But you can
looks like he's going for chaos
them.
play. How much damage is that? 34.
60, 70. Is it 72 exactly?
I don't have goats.
I don't have Messis here to do the math for me.
Does have the goats, so he's not dead. This is his second copy of Scapegoat.
Yeah, that would have been enough for game. Because BLS was 5,000. Yeah, that was
BLS was 4,000.
4,000?
4,000.
Right. Yes, that still would have been 72 exactly. So yeah, still would have been over enough for game. And that's what this deck does a lot. Is game shots out of nowhere like that.
But now look at the situation. What does he have now?
I think.
What do you need?
Now he.
Defew?
No, I don't think he even plays Dimension Fusion. Maybe sometimes he plays one. I think he'd have to Stein him. He's gonna have to Stein in a Gatling Dragon.
Yeah, because I don't see You've already gone through most of all your gas, and now you have a 3K 1,000 eyes on the board
Yeah.
to deal with.
And your Visor Shock's stuck in attack mode, so unless you Stein now, then
which he could get into. Could roll into it. Oh, he hits Crane. That's the thing with these Stein decks. I think they just have like one really big push, and that's it.
I don't agree with Matt Uber's deck. I've seen him make, like he made that big push, and he still could have potentially made another big push with a Stein at this point.
As long as he's above 5K, that Stein play is there.
He plays a copy of Megamorph too. Don't forget.
Right. So he's got that really crazy Master of Oz damage.
United We Stand he plays.
Wow. To make use of the scapegoats too, the tokens.
Yeah, I think it was before we were on stream I was telling you that I've tried using like Matt Uber's deck, and I don't think it's a bad deck, but it's definitely a very like player specific, like he knows ins and outs of this deck.
Yeah, like I said earlier too, running cards like Jar of Greed and all these combo piece cards, you really limit what your deck has for outs for situations like this. He just hits a Sangan.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the stuff where like you see it playing and you're like, why would you build it this way of like Magician of Faith? And I think he's still probably got Sinister Serpent sitting in the deck too.
I think with combo decks, like one Faith is probably acceptable, but like when you're running like Reasoning and Monster Gate and stuff,
I think he only plays like 2 copies of Reasoning as well.
Well, if he kills the Sangan, he's probably going to search out the Stein, I would assume. It's going to burn him for 3,000.
So that will turn off Stein.
Yeah, it just turned off the Stein. So now, unless he has Defew, I don't see how he wins the game. Because Ring's gone too. He can't even force a draw. Potentially force a draw, I should say. You know, he's 9 in deck. BLS gone. 2 Reasonings gone. 2 Monster Gates gone. Pot's gone. Mirror's gone. I don't see how he pulls this one back. Looks like he's just going for a game with a Sangan Steel. Yep. Yeah, that's gonna do it. Unless he's got a Karibo. There we go. So that was winners finals. Don't Copy versus Matt Uber. Don't Copy will be waiting to face the winner of the losers bracket. Congratulations to them. Matt Uber's going to drop down into the height of the losers bracket, and we'll see who can climb up and try to face Don't Copy.
Looks like losers is moving good now. So
fast.
Yeah.
We got Michelle versus CC Kochi, Alvarado versus Scythe, and Carl versus Mr. Big Noodle. Yeah. Yeah, I think we could check out the Carl game. I kind of want to see more water deck that Mr. Big Noodle's been using.
Do not think that matches up right now.
It looks like they have not started yet. Maybe we'll jump to
Alvarado versus Demo.
Yeah. That game is going on, and it looks like Dano/Scythe is up a game on Alvarado side. I will be right back in like one.
Sure. All right, so Alvarado will go first. Game 2 here. Dano, aka Scythe. And not looking like the best charity, dumping Sakuretsu. And let's see what else. Snatch Steel. So, summon. Creature swap gonna give him a Reaper. Definitely not optimal to take a turn 1. That could be anything set turn 1. Kind of an inherent minus giving your opponent a Spirit Reaper. But we'll see if it pays off. I mean, most likely it's like a Dekochi, a Spy, or a Sangan set.
Okay.
So what you missed was a little strange. Dano turn 1 Gracefuls dumps Sakuretsu and Snatch, then summoned a Reaper and played Creature Swap.
All right.
And it was a tomato. Brutal.
Oh, wow.
Double Reaper now?
Double Reaper would be so...
Just a tomato.
Okay.
But
Just
even
going for
still,
tomato.
like, yeah, that turn 1 play, Dano's gonna pay for it here.
Does he run 2 Reapers?
I don't know if Alvarado plays any Reaper.
Oh, it's... Okay.
Dano
Scythe
gave
Reaper.
him the Reaper for a
Right,
tomato.
right. I think maybe I just go stay in here. Unless you have another swap ready to go. But even then, like... Still use it singing. You were ready?
What do you even do with it? Banish your own Reaper?
Gonna hit the Reaper. Can't afford to keep losing the cards, I guess. Must all be monsters.
He did not banish.
Oh. So then Kaiku's gonna go into DD Force to banish.
I
I wonder
mean,
why Scythe wanted the extra damage there.
it could be Mirror Force set.
Yeah, it could be. I was just thinking that. We'll see what he does here. He has a lot of cards in his hand. Right. So he's going to respect Mirror, but he still wants to discard if this goes through with Reaper.
He's gonna force Dano to use some cards here, one way or the other.
It was Mirror. Sets another monster and passes. There's a lot of possibilities to be what that is.
Spy. Or Kochi. Dano's just
Get
in
rid of
an
the tomato.
uphill battle
the
from
Kochi.
that turn 1 play.
Yeah, it looks like it really heavily stunted the game. Duo for 1. Just get it out of the hand. And Deco doing its thing, poking for 14. Don't really want to use removal on it. Usually just want to kill it through battle. Immediately sets that card. Didn't even think about it. Another Dekoichi. So with Mirror out of the way, I think the only other trap you really got to worry about is Torrential here.
That's already gone
But,
too.
like, oh, is it?
Yeah, he set it after he summoned summoned Reaper creature swapped. He set Torrential. And Alvarado heavied him.
Yeah, if I'm Alvarado, I'm just put on the gas, man. Don't worry about nothing. Has to use Saccharetzel and Deco. You hate to see that. It's one of the worst outcomes for dealing with Tokoichi. And add back to Grace, that'll help, but it might be too much.
It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I don't think this is winnable.
He needs like Pot of Greed into
like BLS.
BLS heavy. And then still no answers from Alvarado. I mean, if he doesn't even get Pot of Greed and just somehow here goes Heavy Storm, BLS, and Banish the Sang and could try to make a comeback from there, it would be possible.
Yeah, the thing is, with 2 back rows, you can't really...
Yeah, so without the heavy, this is going to be tough.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like he has the Sork here, but... He's going to let it banish.
Now, Alvarado
No
Alvarado does have no lights, so it's not like he can just immediately answer the Sorcerer without...
Right. Without a tribe?
I would say without using up some cards. But Tribe with Sinister is pretty low commitment.
So he's going to put the Deco in just for more damage, but it is just a Reaper. And he's just going to get rid of that Dead Dust Shoot. Now we're back to top decking. Set pass could be Faith.
At this point, Alvarado's just like, as long as it's not Cyberjar, it should be good.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think it would almost certainly have to be Faith again. But it's just Deco.
Beyond a Heavy Storm BLS ring combination.
Again, just set one pass, set one pass. Not much else you can do. Another normal summon would seal it too. Assuming this isn't a third Reaper. It's Sangan. I guess you add Faith. Or, yeah. Yeah, probably Faith. Serpent? Actually, not Serpent. But then again, like even if you just go Serpent, it's just gonna die. You're not getting into your cards that you need to see to get back the game. Yeah, so he does go with the Faith. Now with Mirror and TT gone, and 2 Sakuratsus, and Alvarado hasn't seen a single Nobleman yet either. This is potentially just, yeah, okay. He's not even gonna stick around and wait. Probably had more monsters.
Honestly, that was dragged out longer than I thought it even would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Dano was fearing that turn 1 where he did that creature swap play. Because it was literally just on a pure set monster. Alvarado didn't have like a loaded grave with a potential Faith set or anything. But you live and learn.
Yes, you do. It looks like someone's asking about the top 4 today, saying top 4 get invites plus 50.
It's first place. That might be a typo from the GFC if it says top 4 somewhere.
Gotcha. Yeah. Looks like in the announcements it says, or in the YouTube it says top 4.
Let's see if I can change that.
I will let them know.
Yeah, the Streamlabs was giving me a super hard time this morning. I actually was not even able to stream on Twitch today for some reason. There we go, he should be edited.
Oh, looks like it's going to be game 3. Both players really double checking their side decks here. A lot on the line, this being the loser's bracket. Both would obviously like to advance.
Yeah, so the winner of this would have to win 6 matches in a row after this to take first place, but it has been done before.
Yeah, 6 is still pretty steep. When you drop down to losers pretty early on, it feels pretty impossible. But
yeah, the key thing is you take it 1 match at a time.
Yeah, exactly. You just go one at a time.
That was something that took me a long time to learn in Yu-Gi-Oh! Of you're looking at a giant bracket. It's not that you have to beat every player in that tournament when there's 300 people in the tournament, or that you have to win everything. You just have to focus on the next match that's in front of you.
Yep. So Tomato coming down. I'm going to look to run over this set monster. It might be Reaper. I've seen a lot of Reaper. It's just Takoichi.
Graceful Thunder Dragon for Alvarado. Gonna have Tomato to potentially load up the lights and darks. Good turn 1.
Very good. And 2 back row to go with it.
Probably a dust shoot. Excuse me. But we are going to get to main phase 1, so maybe not.
Hopefully one of them's chainable to breaker. Nope, just book. That's still good. Tomato will be able to run that over.
Yeah, Alvaro will probably set the book there specifically to counter a breaker play here.
Sacco deals with the tomato, but again, it gives him a chaos play potentially coming up here.
That is good. That's a good Sakuretsu though, because now it gets the breaker back face up and can get breaker to get that actual plus off of having destroyed the Book of Moon, being not run over by the Mystic Tomato.
Yep. And it looks like Alvarado's going to set another back row here, which that new one's potentially dust shoot, I would say.
I'm feeling torrential. I was feeling wrong.
It is dust shoot. And 2 of those cards will be Thunder Dragon. Still a pretty decent hand size, though.
So Scapegoat, Serpent, Dekochi, DD Warrior Lady, the Thunder Dragons, and Zaborg.
Well,
really
I
depends
do wonder what you hit here.
It really depends what Alvarado has.
Yeah, it's definitely what he has. Because a lot of those picks are pretty decent. I'd say the safest one, not considering his hand at all, would probably just be Serpent.
Oh yeah, Serpent's there too. I think I might go for the Dekochi. It's so hard to say not knowing everything, just to like not wanting to get new cards.
Right.
And if he does have Torrential, that's the least likely thing to get normal summoned here.
He's gonna respect Torrential and Mirror by wanting to go to the battle phase here.
Yeah, and the other thing is if he wants to set goats, you don't want to put a second monster on the board.
Looks like he's just gonna set Serpent, I would say.
Oh, so yeah, you can set your Serpent when you have 2 Thunder Dragons in hand.
Yeah. I don't like setting DD Warrior Lady here. I feel like it is probably Serpent.
Yeah, not much point of setting DD Warrior Lady. You could also set the Serpent because like now it gives you a
just attribute it for Zaborg. Yeah. So duo is actually gonna be really nice here because all the dragons are already gone.
Yeah, Dano's not making this easy for Alvarado, who was seemingly in a good position opening the Graceful Charity Thunder Dragon. The Tomato looks strong, and then it seems like the hand that Dano has may just be the right answers for Alvarado. And Alvarado chose last turn not to use this tribe. Could have crashed with the breaker, or cleared it.
I probably would have just held it. You're still sitting comfortably at 64, especially with back row.
And you know your opponent's hand.
And you know your opponent's hand with the dust shoot, so I'd probably just be holding it. Especially because he's got a chaos play already in the graveyard, ready to go. So you really wanted to save that tribe for when you need it. It's unfortunate he got hit with duo and didn't set Solemn.
So
yeah.
Must have one set already. And that kind of is a bit revealing by discarding the Solemn of what you have set.
I'm surprised he didn't set it. What is the merit to holding Solemn?
could have Jar Greed set maybe?
Yeah, I mean if it's Jar Greed plus any other random trap,
Like
it's
say,
definitely not a battle trap.
like say Dano heavied him, and his other cards aren't ones that he actually.
Or Jar Greed.
The
Yeah.
other cards aren't cards that are going to stop the attacks, and he heavies Alvarado Solemns. Now he loses to like summon Thunder Dragon attack for 32. No, not even, because he still would have been higher before he took this 16.
This breaker has
I'm sure he has
been
a good
very,
reason
very
for it.
good.
Yeah, this breaker's gotten great value. It's dealt 3,200 and cleared a Book of Moon. Got a tomato to attack into a Sakuretsu. And Alvarado can't even set a monster unless he's going to solemn it because of the Zaborg in hand.
Yeah, and he kept that set monster there as well, so it's like 100% Serpent. It's definitely not the DD lady. It's gonna bring out the tribe. Yeah, he feels like he has to. Oh, okay, he misclicked the tribe.
Now,
I wonder if he's going to crash for Reaper.
I think you gotta crash it because you just put out Sangan. Otherwise, he's just gonna Zaborg you.
Oh yeah, no, you can't even go for Reaper because there's a Borg. Yeah, you just have to go for Sangan.
Guess you attack the Sinister?
Yeah, I would say so, because otherwise it's just another... It's a better tribute for the Zaborg, which you know he has. The thing is, what he's thinking about right now is if it's DD Warrior Lady or not, because if it is DD Warrior Lady...
He could have set Warrior Lady. I still feel like Alvarado has Torrential.
Torrential would be huge right now, especially if he goes with the Zaborg play.
Even if he summons Warrior Lady.
Yeah, if he summons Warrior Lady too. I think that's the only reason he didn't attack that was because he knew he had it, and it was either Serpent or Warrior Lady. 50-50.
Not worth the risk.
Yeah, not in this spot for sure. Definitely hanging on here.
So 2 cards are Thunder Dragons in Dano's hand, as well as Zaborg, DD Warrior Lady, Sinister,
Goats,
Scapegoat, and Dano not gonna risk walking into something. But you can get Suki here, Sinister good too. Already used Graceful though, so now what you can do is summon Sinister and flip a Torrential.
And Tribute. Yeah, flip up the Tribute. Torrential Tribute. Looks like it's what he's going to do. He has it. And now we are, what, tied on cards? Not considering the Thunder Dragons?
Yeah, if you
and we know one is Scapegoat, one is Zaborg, 2 are Thunder Dragon.
And Alvarado probably has a Solemn.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can probably summon Sinister and start attacking even. But I think it would be safer than setting it, honestly.
Yeah, because now it's just susceptible to knock.
And you were only
he hasn't.
And you had goats to, I mean, it got mystical, but you had goats that could have protected you if he'd like summoned multiple things. I guess Sorcerer is also live, but
he's going to normal the Deco to kill the Serpent, or it's another Deco. Okay, that's just so he doesn't set and then get ran over by Zaborg.
So that makes more sense of why he didn't. We thought he set the Sinister, but he set a Dekochi. But yes, he summoned to attack over because he didn't want to get Zaborged.
Zaborged, yeah.
No one likes to get Zaborged.
Which means that his back row probably just can't deal with it if you're doing that. So maybe it's not Solemn.
Or you just don't want to use a Solemn on that.
Or you just don't want to use it on it, yeah.
It could not be Solemn set. Another Dekochi,
Another
wow.
Deco.
So Dano getting deeper in the deck now. Hasn't played a Chaos Monster yet. Or Pot or Graceful. Triple Dekochi in the grave.
He's got a lot of power cards still left in his.
And a good amount of life points.
Yeah, he's sitting comfortably. Hopefully that's another Dekoichi for Alvarado or Faith.
It's definitely... I think it's definitely something good. It could be Spies.
It could just be the Serpent that he added. Because he did add that. It's like we're going for Sork here.
So interesting that Dano set first. I think I would have summoned the Sorcerer first. Because it at least would have made Alvarado consider, is he going to Sorcerer then Zaborg me?
Right, yeah.
Which he could have done.
Yeah, I think Dano just figured Torrential's already gone, so I don't here, but that's definitely a play to consider. Zaborg. I would have done it that way too. It looks like it was Faith, so he's going to Graceful. And that might just be exactly what he needed. He's going to be able to pitch one of the Serpent, or his Serpent here, and something else.
He hasn't played a book yet. Oh, has played a book. Okay, so only 1 to 2 books left. I was gonna say potentially gonna ditch Heavy. Interesting. He must have some good cards.
Wow. Yeah, Heavy with his back row. Heavy's not.
Yeah, but regardless, when you're discarding Heavy, that means you're keeping everything else is better than Heavy Storm.
Yeah. Interesting that Alvarado's running the warrior stuff in here, right?
Yeah.
I remember we saw like Call the Haunted and Exiled earlier.
Premi's in grave right now. It seems like he might have sided it out though. With we haven't seen any of it this game.
We haven't seen any of this game, but he kept Prem in, which makes me think that it might still be in there. He just hasn't seen it. Okay, we've got a sorcerer coming down. Oh, and that'll just go through.
Now, what do you do about this set monster? I mean, even if it's Magician,
he hasn't seen
the spells aren't that good in Dano's grave. He only has Goat and Duo.
He still hasn't seen either Nobleman. Nope. He does have the Exiled Force.
But it could be Sinister. It was Faith.
It is Faith.
Great read.
So he did keep the warrior stuff in.
And if he didn't think he had a Solemn before.
Yeah, and with him setting 2 more back row, getting rid of Heavy Storm was definitely correct. He's not doing anything here. He's just going to hold this board position, try to win it out. Protect the sorcerer.
Now, a book here is what Alvaro really wants to flip. But he may be thinking about Solomon, the sorcerer.
If I have book and Solemn, I'm just going to use the book. Because you can use Solemn on.
Yeah, but
Ring,
you could also save the book for Magician of Faith.
That's true. You could, yeah, because you are about to recur Serpent. So another Graceful would be really nice. And yeah, maybe you do just go for Solemn here instead of
Break's
book.
Not doing anything here with no hand, so that's not what the card he's thinking about. But he could just have one or the other, Solemn or book, and be thinking of which to do. And Solemn would put him. He would lose to Ring at that point.
But if he does have Ring and he has the book, then he's still fine.
And if he Solemn's here, he still has Light and Dark Engrave too. That could attack over Magician of Faith for game, potentially.
Yeah.
We don't know what Dano's set card is.
Yeah, we've only seen the one sword. Two in hand are Thunder Dragon. One is still Zabor.
Mm-hmm. Right, so yeah, if you book your Sorcerer here, that's not even that great if he's just going to Zaborg it
He's
anyway.
just gonna Zaborg it, yeah. And I think he had Sinister too, or was that just
Yes,
Alvarado?
no, he has Sinister too. So Thunder
Okay,
Dragon,
so
Thunder
four of the
Dragon, Sinister Zaborg, one mystery card, and we don't know the set
yeah.
Stellar Trap. So you might just let this go through if you have Book of Moon. No, but
Yeah,
if you
because
have,
otherwise
I don't know, if you
he's
have,
just gonna Zaborg it.
no, if you book him, if you know, you don't want to let it go through, because if you let it go through, then he's gonna Zaborg your Magician of Faith. So down to 16. That's 2 Solemns gone.
Has to be careful, Ring. I'd be holding my book for sure if I had it. Though the book with Faith right now is also very tempting, considering he has Serpent. Let's see what he does here. He's checking his grave. Does have Light and Dark. Puts the Moth to defense. Nope. He changed his mind.
And Alvarado still has to deal a lot of damage to win this game.
Yeah, 7,000 is a lot.
Like we
You can
know,
nullify that by having a bunch of chaos, but
like we do know most of Dano's cards, but we have 1,600 life points left.
you have to be very careful how you do it, because you could easily just lose the game if he has the right answer. So he might be looking to attack over the set, reading a Serpent, and then banishing it with Kaiku, but he's going to put the Sork to attack position as well.
I think he's got the third Solemn and
Third Solemn and potentially be less.
going back into how quickly that Heavy Storm was discarded. I think he may have the third Solemn.
Maybe not, because he really, really debated using it against that Sork play, which means like if Dano gets Heavy Storm, that might just blow out all the back row.
We do know the last card. It's Scapegoat.
No, it's not, because that got MST'd.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I think he's going to attack with Faith here.
So you think?
Oh, he's just going to go Sork.
Do you think he's just not afraid of Mirror Force without a Solemn? I don't think so. We've seen Alvarado play around Mirror Force too many times.
Well, if he has Book of Moon and it's Mirror Force, you still can like.
You're gonna give up Kaiku and Sorcerer when you could have just attacked with one.
I think it just depends what all the back row is. I mean, there's a lot of different.
Yeah, I just think there's a Solemn back there.
It very well could be, but I just think with how hard he really considered using it on that Sork, it's either the Solemn versus Book thing and then getting Zaborged, or it's double Solemn.
So Kaiku gonna pick away the lights, and then still thinking about totally... gonna put the damage in with Magician.
It's interesting to me that he kept Magician in attack position, but didn't attack the set, which could have been Serpent with it, because
No, it worked out that he didn't, though. I guess he read the Magician of Faith.
Right? Yeah, he did.
But it's
by
also
attacking.
Like, maybe he thought it.
But if you read it was Magician of Faith, wouldn't he just?
Okay, he thought it could have been Spy, and if he attacked with Magician, would lose the game. So you attack with Sorcerer because it's going to go over the Spy at the very least. That's what he was playing around. He was playing around Spy. Is my
But
is my
it
assumption.
still leaves his faith in attack mode now though too.
I think it's because he has like a book and a faith and a return gonna be brought out here. Um, Sorcerer and a warrior lady. So if you solemn the return, then you lose
You
to
just die to a normal
heavy.
into faith.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
you also just lose the heavy. Yeah.
yeah, I mean he does still have the other two back row even if he solemns the return. What he would lose to would be the heavy. I think we're both right, and it's solemn and Book of Moon set.
It's really thinking about using it on this return. I don't see why you wouldn't, given the fact he's got Sork, DD War Lady.
Those are the only two real threats, though, is Sorcerer
Those are really the only real threats.
and DD Warrior Lady. So if you have like Mirror Force or Book of Moon,
his Moth is also in attack mode though, and if he uses Solemn here,
but if he has Book of Moon for the Magician of Faith, then he's totally fine. So it's gonna go through. He can also just be doing a great job bluffing, having a solemn.
If I'm Dano, I might have put like one of them in defense mode just to tribute with Zaborg later, if it's Mirror Force. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's going for Sork on Sork.
I mean, he's almost certainly going to tribute one of these things.
Right, but does he have to do it in main 1? Like, can't he just do that in main 2 if you put one to defense? Because what are these extra 4 answers that are all going to be swinging like really doing when he's this low?
Well, if you attack the warrior lady into the Kaiku, that's 3 monsters if there's no Mirror Force, all to attack the Magician of Faith. So like Sakaretsu's wouldn't be enough.
Right. So like
way. He could have at least put the Sorcerer in defense because he's using the effect.
Because he's using the effect, yeah. He's going to tribute it in main 1. I don't like that. I would have done that in main 2.
I would have hit the Magician of Faith, I think.
I would have done it main 2 for sure. Put the Sork in defense because now if he has Mirror Force, you're fine. Like it's there. It is.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh no.
He played right into it.
He did. Wow. And 2 of these are Thunder Dragon and 1 is Serpent.
And phase Book of Moon?
Or wait, no, one's that. How many are Thunder Dragon? Is it just 1?
2, I think.
2 Thunder Dragon. Okay, so then it's Serpent, yeah. 2 drag Serpent. Well, no, it can't be Serpent. When he said it? Oh no, he just made Zaborg.
Mm-hmm.
He just made Zaborg. So now he's one of his back rows Scapegoat because he added that off Faith.
Man, if Alvarado loses this game to like Heavy Storm BLS, he hasn't won this duel yet.
That was a crazy play that just happened.
How much thinking did Alvarado have to do there if he does have Solemn, Book of Moon, or the other 2 cards too?
A lot.
To play that out, to let that resolve into like you attacking with 5 monsters into Mirror Force while you had to say no to Book or Solomon and everything the entire time. But he's a legendary player for a reason.
Absolutely. It looks like the last card in his hand is going to be Serpent. Because that Deco just got banished. So really, if you're Dano here, all you have to do is get over this back row. And Sangan's a good way to ignore that back row. It is Book of Moon.
Dano also has yet to draw Graceful Charity, Card Destruction, Pot of Greed. He burned through Sorcerers in a return, but he's still got BLS in there. Yeah, there's the book.
And that's going to be a pass.
Alvarado's got the Serpent.
Because Dano's hand is Serpent double drag. So he's really relying on this last back row. Which it could be Torrential and it could be Mirror Force.
I mean,
They're
Alvaro
both still
could win right on this turn right now if it's Solemn set.
It,
Only has 10 cards left
set.
in deck. Chaos Monster's still there. Lights and Darks.
If it's not Solemn and he drops another Sorcerer, he has to be careful of Ring unless he has Book. It looks like he's finally hitting his power card. I think he's about to close it out this turn.
If Daniel drawing one more card could be... Daniel still has 20 cards left in the deck, though. He's not as deep in there as Alvarado is.
Yeah, he's only halfway in. I think it depends how careful Alvarado is about this face-down card.
He's played this game very carefully so far.
Yeah. I expect him to finish it out playing real carefully, too. There's one wrong move, and that could be it with your life point total. So he discarded, what was it, Nobleman and Serpent for the charity? Yes. So I would imagine his hand might look something like another Nobleman, because he's only seen one. He could have Ring, Third Solemn, maybe some other Warrior cards, because we've only seen the Exiled. So could have another Tomato. And can't forget BLS, of course. Also has more Sorcerers left in his deck. Could be another Magician. He definitely does have to be careful. MST and Heavy are both gone too, so unless he has that third Solemn set, then this back row could potentially really hurt. He's also gone through 2 Book of Moons, so he has to be extra careful about rain. Okay, so he's going with the Breaker.
Pop Scapegoat.
Gonna hit the Scapegoat. Definitely Scapegoat. Now what do you do? Because now Daniel's gonna be able to stall for sure. So he's gonna drop BLS in defense. I wonder if that was just a click, or if he actually just wants to banish.
Play around?
It does play around Creature Swap bonus. I assume he's gonna banish the Sangan, yeah. Yeah, I think Creature Swap's the only thing to play around by doing that. The thing is, though, if you put it in attack mode, you have to banish it with your own BLS for Dano, because otherwise...
I wonder what that Sangan could have even searched at this point.
Faith? If he runs 3?
With only Duo, Knock, and Goat Engrave?
Yeah, it would be like Faith or...
And you could just ban it.
Like Tsukiyomi.
Nothing that's gonna
Spirit Reaper.
Nothing that's going to answer the BLS, though, right?
Right.
Is more my point. Like, Warrior Lady's gone. I don't think this deck would play anything else that can handle it.
So he set Serpent, picked it back up because he figured it's just going to get banished. The set
So
card in the back row is unknown.
Alvarado
I
could
think
summon Reaper or summon. He could have summoned his
these are all
Serpent
go
to
through.
go for game. So maybe it's not Solemn Set.
Yeah.
It must not be.
No, surely would have been game if it was Solemn. Torrential. It's Torrential. Is that new card Solemn? Because it's definitely not the old one. Oh, it's gonna go through. The thing is, he's opened. He's got 2 dragons in hand. Most likely another monster. Kaiku. If he has another Sork play, there it is.
Whew, that was
What a
tough
game.
one.
Yeah. Alvarado's careful play carried him to come back and win that game. Yeah, it was ring the whole time. Interesting. Oh, and drew heavy. So what do we got left?
Mr. Big Noodle versus SDL.
Looks like
Oh, whoops! I had winners
seeing more of
finals
that.
on the stream the whole time there. My bad, guys.
That wasn't finals.
And SDL down a game or up a game? I never remember.
STL Killa is up a game right now. But Mr. Big Noodle just dropped a VLS. Ooh, we see Curse Seal, the Forbidden Spell from STL Killa's side in his grave.
Guess just to stop cold waves? It's not a card I would think you'd bring in against this.
I guess because, yeah, he's not really playing
Wow.
combo. It's just
Going to game
okay.
3.
VLS doing its thing.
So SDL gonna start it off here.
Rhoda turn 1.
Whopper?
It would most certainly be Whopper if he has the back row. Otherwise, I don't even know if I would use the road.
That's not a Whopper. That's not a Whopper.
It's Whopper Jr. right now.
Junior? Whopper.
It is Whopper.
Or is Whopper 5? Whopper's 4 or 5?
As long as it's 2K, it's a Whopper.
Is 5 the double Whopper with the 3 solemn behind it?
Yeah. Well, the classic Warrior opener. Imagine.
Now, the cool thing, though, is Big Noodle's deck could just... Which I guess I see why SDL brought in the Curse Seal, because he could just say, Cold Wave?
Cold Wave.
Although following up on the Cold Wave over a 2000 attack Blade Knight is easier said than done.
I mean, it would just be like Cold Wave, Abyss Soldier, bounce back row, run it over. But that's 3 cards that you would need to do that play in this spot. So he's thinking about his options here. Hand. Looks like he's going to set under the Blade Knight. Potentially just a Serpent.
Serpent could be setting if he is hoping that SDL can't set another card. You could set the Penguin, and then the Penguin walls out Blade Knight.
That is true. I feel like if you drew a monster, he's dominant just to make sure you're 2K, especially against Noodle's deck. He doesn't really play flips that I've seen.
Yeah, there's not too much that he could draw to be stuck with 2 in hand other than like double Chaos Monster, but if
another play you could do is like if you drew Rhoda or Pot, you could just set it and then 2.
If your only play is set the Penguin though, then your only play is set the Penguin.
Right. Yeah, you don't really want to be taking 2,000 to begin with. Was he running Mother Grizzly? Because it could be that.
No, I don't think we saw Mother Grizzly. So it's gonna go up to 2,000. Mirror Force. I wouldn't want to burn a Solemn on that, yeah.
No, I would just let it go.
So this is cool because it opens up potential Cold Wave Summon Mobius.
Yeah, that would be massive right now for Mr. Big Noodle. Especially if you hit the Solemn with it.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna.
This is even better because then you can just pop 2 of the other cards.
And it's probably gonna force a Solemn at the very least if you play a Cold Wave right now. Like
Yeah.
He could have Cold Wave with no follow up, and I would still play it right now. Because you're gonna force a Solemn. Or otherwise, STL's taking a huge risk of getting blown out by Mobius.
You could even like Cold Wave and then negate it, and then you just use Heavy Storm after if you have it. Even just using Cold Wave without the, like you said, just to blow the Solemn out. We'll see what he does here. He's just going straight into the Tribute. Looks like he doesn't have it. That will get him to his Serpent, though. Looks like STL Killer did the math wrong. We need Math Kiss. So he's thinking about what to grab. I mean, if you don't have Serpent, we saw him do this earlier too. He really considered his search off Sangam when he didn't have the Serpent. And I feel like this deck really wants it like as soon as possible. Even in this board state, like he's just got the Blade Knight. You set the Serpent. You stall out some turns till you get your Cold Wave, till you get your Heavy.
Yeah,
this soldier, anything.
It's too bad you didn't have the Cold Wave there because like you Solemn the Cold Wave and then summon the Mobius even if they Solemn the Cold Wave.
Yeah,
it's still great.
He's really thinking about this. And STO Killer still hasn't fixed the math on play.
What is he supposed to be at? I'll message him.
I think he should add 200. He should be at 36. So he took all that time again to think about his search just to add Serpent. It's like he's again thinking about what he else wants to do. He's just gonna pass board open. This would be a spot where I go for Dawn's Illusion. even with him adding that Serpent, you still got like 4 and 5 chance. He's got a lot of back row too, so I mean, I imagine one of those is at least a battle trap. He is going to go for the Rhoda here. I would for sure be going for Dawn. Just try to make that card differential even worse. The worst case scenario, you hit the Serpent, but your odds are pretty high. So, especially, like I said, if he has a battle trap to back it up, it's even better. He's just going to go for double Blade Knight. I mean, that is the other option. Definitely just going for double Blade Knight.
Half
this is
the
a
life
2-turn
points.
It is half the life points. He does have the Serpent, though.
Yeah, and I feel like Big Noodle's deck can only play a few cards in a... I mean, I guess I shouldn't say he can only play a few cards in a turn. He does have, like, the Aqua Spirits and stuff, but...
I mean, he could literally just like Cold Wave, Abyss Soldier, bounce a back row, kill a Blade Knight, and crash an Aqua Spirit with the other one, because he has the Mobius in the
I think he needs a Cold Wave for this to work out, though, because my gut feeling is STL's got Solemn set.
Yeah, I mean, if he could have easily opened up double. If he doesn't have the other Solemn, he's definitely in a really bad spot to either Cold Wave or Heavy. Heavy wouldn't be as bad, though. Like, you lose your cards, but you wouldn't lose monsters. And your monsters, it being at 2,000, is the biggest problem for Mr. Big Noodle. So, like, even if he goes Heavy here, that one Blade Knight's still going to be on the board, and he's going to have a hard time removing it. And even if he goes with Abyss Soldier as a follow-up, he'll just be able to run it over next turn anyway.
Yeah,
so we haven't seen him set any back row at all, like just the Mirror Force.
Like we said earlier, I like Big Noodle's deck, but I think Blade Knight and Spy are major weaknesses for it.
Yeah, and they're just so damn common too. Mm-hmm. So it's really, really, really rough. I might even, if I were to try to play this deck, I might even play Spy of my own, just because it's a really good tribute for your Monarchs.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the Penguins. It doesn't seem like the Penguins are enough. Like we haven't seen them do anything.
No, they're it's literally just like a theme card. I think that was the whole point. It's just, oh, it's water. It fits my theme.
Yeah, like it's an okay card, but like it just doesn't do enough right now.
So him going Breaker, obviously he doesn't have a better play. I would imagine he's just going to hit the Prem just to reduce the damage he's going to be taking.
Yeah, like if he could buy a few turns, he'd be all right. He'd still be in it.
Right.
But it seems like his hand's mostly dead.
It's just monsters. I would imagine it. One of them's definitely Serpent. He could have the Aqua Spirit. He could have, Penguin. It looks like he's going to get ringed.
I feel like that's going to be game right there.
We'll see. He definitely doesn't have a lot of background.
Aqua Spirit can make one Blade Knight not able to attack for the turn, right?
I forget how that works. I think it like switches it to defense mode or something.
I think it changes the battle position, and they can't change it that turn during SDL's standby phase.
Right. Yeah.
So I mean, he can wall off one of them for a turn. That's probably gonna be.
I would do the one that isn't on Prem, just in case you draw Heavy or MST.
Sure.
Because that way you can get rid of that one, and you could potentially run over the other one in battle.
Mm-hmm.
Thing on the position, I feel like you have to just put it in defense here, right? Because this is just more damage. Unless he has a way to mess with the Blade Knight's attack. Yeah. So he puts it in attack mode just for it to take more damage. I don't really understand that.
I guess it's better to not get attacked over by something else. Jesus.
It just gave him game.
That it did.
Yeah, I don't understand the attack mode there. It didn't seemingly do anything. You'd at least have 400 life points for this upcoming turn.
I guess if you put it in, he was worried if like a Don was gonna get summoned next.
It's
to
all
it.
monsters. It's all monsters.
Seems so.
I wonder what his top deck is, because if it was Cold Wave or Heavy,
This hand with some cold waves would have been good.
yeah, would have been insane. So it's unfortunate. Mr. Big Noodle had a good run there, especially with his rogue deck. Very nice.
Alright, so I think that brings us to Alvarado is the only other matchup left going right now.
Yep.
And this is game 1. Thank you for everybody joining us on YouTube today. If you want to play in one of these Patreon events, check out goatformat.com. We also have the free to enter Goat Format Championship Series. I think around 14 is next weekend, which is free entry, and top 4 will get an invite to the Goat Format World Championships and a $100 plus prize. So this says game 1. But was Alvarado main decking Berserk Gorillas that we just never saw?
Looks like it, because, yeah, this is game 1, so...
It did seem like his game 1 deck was more teched out compared to game 2 and 3 that we saw on regular.
Duo coming down. Hits a Moth and a Snatch Steal. He throws away the Snatch Steal. His choice. So that other card must be really good. Angel coming in, probably going to crash. Okay, it's not Creature Swap. He thought it was Creature Swap. He's just going to crash it, probably for DD Warrior Lady. He could also just leave it on the board and make him attack it. That is also a play. And it doesn't really lose too much if you make him attack.
Yeah, but that's a follow-up of like he could attack it and then he could also banish it before he even attacks
the only
it.
the only thing would be like if he drew a Chaos Monster.
Yeah, you don't have the sorcerer.
Or he got his exiled force that he's been using. I guess you do just crash it. That could deal with it. They're also looking to thin their deck with angels as well, before going straight into the DD Warrior Lady, just to fuel that grave more lights. Looks like Asura came down and it got ringed. Passes back to Alvarado, who's sitting at 3,000. So if he has the full pass here, that's literally just a game shot with BLS.
Swap? Yeah. So, Alvarado could go BLS normal summon for game? 05 trick. What did he give him? The Sangan, wow. And CC saying this is a disaster.
2005 trick.
Wow.
Ooh, into graceful. This is going to be tough for CC. Alvarado is a lot deeper into their deck.
It is a kind of a race to BLS right now to blow this game out the water
Yeah.
one way or the other.
Let's see what Alvarado can do. He's going to drop that knock. Hits a Reaper. Scapegoat getting flipped up. Depending on what CC draws here, I mean, meta would be amazing. No such luck.
Thanks for the YouTube sub, Abel. And remember, this is CC's Sinister.
Right. Yeah. The other Sinister is either on the field for Alvarado's sit down or it's in his hand. It is on the field. So he's going to look to clear all these tokens.
Double Snake. Mirror Force
Double
gone.
Snake. Two Scapegoats gone as well.
We are getting closer and closer to October when the Goat Format World Championships will be held, and while there's still lots of chances to get your invite, the window is narrowing, the door is narrowing in. I don't know what the right phrase for that is. The window's closing?
Losing other opportunities.
Okay, Heavy Storm. This could be a blowout right here.
Oh, it's TTN mirror into BLS. Oh my gosh.
Like we said a moment ago, that
insane.
Was the race to BLS.
Wow. Putting those Sinister Serpents into attack. Ugh. That's gotta sting. Both players talking back and forth. Definitely thinking about their side deck options here. I think both of them are playing some pretty techy cards, so it makes the siding phase a little bit more interesting and less linear.
So yeah, we did not see the Berserkerilla at all for a game one from Alvarado before, so that is a surprising card to see. And it was putting in the work until BLS got dropped out.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of I think a lot of people just been maining Berserkerilla now.
I have been.
Yeah, it's just you can't go wrong with a 2000 vanilla.
The only drawback to well, I shouldn't say the only. The biggest drawback to it is Tsukiyomi.
Right.
Where it's like, oh, this could have been a skill dark.
But like even Tsukiyomi, like I think that's seen a lot less play too because of the lack of control. It's still a card people would definitely side, I think.
Control's on the rise though.
It is on the rise. Yeah, so more Tsukiyomi comes with that. More Air Knights like we saw. Slash's Reasoning Gate deck ran multiples.
So Alvarado going to be able to start it off this time. Who did knock him into loser's bracket? Matt Uber did. So if Alvarado wins this, he will have to take on Slash Tap.
And yep, speaking of the Reasoning Gate deck, that is the player who's using it. It's Thunder Dragon opener and a set back row pass. Got a tomato coming down, his swing direct. And a pass. So no back row. We know Alvarado runs the DD Warrior Lady, runs the Exiled. I think he runs tomatoes of his own. He's going to summon Breaker. Now that's interesting because Breaker doesn't really deal with the tomato. It lets them summon something else back. He's got a back row set. So CC gets Snatch. They could potentially pop their back row with it. But I guess he just doesn't have many other monsters to deal with the tomato in this spot. CC going to go into the Reaper. Been a really popular card today. Seen a lot of people using Reaper. Alvarado's going to set another back row. Potentially could be Dust Shoot.
So without a Dust Tornado or Mystical, the Breaker with a counter on it is risky.
Yeah, it is for sure.
And Suki gonna just clear off that
And
counter.
Suki's just gonna.
That's pretty brutal too. Oh, nice trade.
Yeah, I would take that trade for sure. It's for the Suki, which is hard to deal with, and the Reaper.
And it only dumped Darks into CC's deck too.
Yep. Yep. So no MST on the end phase. It's gonna set another back row. MST from CC's side though on the end phase, and hits his MST. All right. Sir Priest coming down. We've seen CC running this all day long. Warrior players. It's just another card to use with creature swap. It's going to hit direct. No battle trap. I would imagine that would be annoying for Alvarado to deal with. Bounce back. And we have to worry about the creature swaps.
You gotta answer this Asura Priest. Is the
Yeah,
issue.
absolutely. You could hit it right now.
Hitting that or a Chaos Monster is what you want to hit, because you don't want to hit the Asura and open up a Chaos, but...
His Sangan, that's actually pretty good. It's another dark. Denies the Sangan getting its effect. The other discard is Serpent. BLS coming down.
It's a blocker
No
for the
fear.
Asura Priest. You know
Yes.
that's one of the cards in the hand.
Is he thinking on the summon here? Now we do know Alvarado runs Solemn. Solemn for Solemn here? Nope. Just gonna let it get denied.
You know Alvarado plays Preemie, but you cannot Preemie this BLS.
Correct, yeah. It was negated. So CC is gonna go into standby here. Are gonna add the Serpent. This could be a Dust Shoot, maybe. Doesn't look like it. Asura is probably gonna come back down, which it does. See if he has an answer for it. Given that BLS play, I would say probably doesn't.
No.
Yep. So Asura again. It's proving a nuisance. It's gonna bounce back. Let's see what he can do here. He definitely has to get a monster on the board, or at least a battle trap to deal with the Asura. Dust Shoot gonna snipe the book in the end phase. Asura most likely gonna come back down again. Unless they want to go for a flip. They could go for a flip play here. They're just going to summon Shining Angel. Angel probably going to hit direct here as well. Nope, it's just Book of Moon. Interesting that
Alvarado's in a tight spot.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't book the Asura one of the few times that it hit him.
It is
especially
easier
if he had the knock.
It is easier to attack over the Asura too, but...
I mean, it's just going to come down here again. Considering he just booked the Angel to knock it, I don't know if he's going to have an answer for this. And even if he does have an answer, okay, so he does have this. Now CC has a light in the grave for Chaos. Alvarado going to set 2. Dust Tornado again in the end phase, going to snipe something here. One is a nobleman. We'll see. Wow. I guess that's a crazy read from Cece here. Guessing one was a nobleman, and it was. Breaker coming down.
Still not enough for game.
It's not enough. Well, it is if they have a chaos play, because they do have the Asura in the grave now. Depending on what this back row is, it's a dust shoot, and there's the BLS.
And that'll do it.
That's game. Tough.
So that's going to give us CC versus Slash Tap, which should be a pretty crazy game. Reasoning Gate versus this Chaos Control deck. And both pretty good technical players.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of good play so far. Should definitely be a good game. And the winner of this game, I believe, will face SDL Killa in the upcoming match. So we're right around towards the end of this event. See if Slash Tap's control-y Reasoning Gate deck can grind through this Chaos Control deck, which I feel like it could, because he's got double Air Knights in there, which will definitely come up and help deal with those tokens. CC's got the Spirit Reaper, which would help against the Dimension Fusion plays. CC's also, I believe, maining Creature Swap, which I don't think would be too good against Reasoning Gate, considering that plays Scapegoats.
That could be a blowout card against Reasoning Gate sometimes, if they don't have the GOAT.
Right, if they don't have the GOAT, but if they do, then it's kind of bad. But yeah, taking something really big like DMOC or even Air Knight, since both decks will be playing Scapegoat, could be really, really big. We'll see what happens. CC won the rock, paper, scissors. We'll see what they can do here. Starting off with a graceful. Opener graceful with no Thunder Dragon. Potentially has Sinister Serpent. Thinking about their discards here, so I don't think they have the Serpent then, if they're really considering this right now. Maybe they just want to send them both at the same time. Generally, I think opening graceful without good discards in your openers not ideal. I have a feeling we're going to be seeing some awkward discards here. Could also just be that they opened so many monsters, and especially against Reasoning Gate, which I'm sure that they know Slash Taps are. You kind of want your back row, so it looks like it is just going to be also getting rid of Scapegoat. Interesting. So maybe they opened multiple goats.
Multiple of any of those cards, because they don't work good together.
Of them. Yeah. Reasoning Gate has multiple ways of dealing with the goat tokens. Knights, of course, in Slash's list. I believe that they run like a copy,
So got a
the lightning vortex.
normal summon the Reaper.
Yeah, that's
Interesting choice.
definitely. Maybe they just don't want it to get noblemaned, because we do know Slash at the very least sides it, but could be maining them. This Reaper is susceptible just to like dying though while being face up. There's some cards you could use on it to make it just pop. And also the double back row. Quite interesting. Pitching one of the goats makes me think one of those is also a scapegoat set. So Slash is going to open up with his charity of his own. I imagine we'll see some pretty good discards here from Slash, given his deck. Potentially even open up a chaos play with his discard by just sending a light and a dark. Anything like Air Knight, Demok, Jinzo, anything like that would be a pretty good discard for him. Not sure if he runs the Serpent or not. He is running, so you've seen like a grindier version of this deck, but this looks like he's going to get rid of Trunade and Defuse. So he opened a lot of his combo pieces and not a lot of cards to get them going, it seems. And he's going to play the Reasoning.
Yeah, Trunade and Defusion not going to help you turn one for the most part.
Right. Yeah. It's definitely maybe a tell that he opened multiples of them and helping his play.
Even if he didn't open multiples, they're dead turn one.
Yeah. He also needs to deal with this Reaper, because if he doesn't, Reaper is like really good against combo decks. If it just goes through and it hits a piece, then there's more pieces that you'll need to draw and stabilize with to get your deck going. It looks like he hit the Jinzo off his Reasoning. So Jinzo's gonna swing into the Reaper just for 21. CC's thinking about taking the damage here. Okay, they are. M2 Slash thinking. We do know he runs those more, like I said, grindy cards, but he does have the Jinzo on the board, so he might not want to set the traps unless he suspects CC will be able to run the Jinzo. So he is going to set a back row. He's going to set 2 back row. So there is one scapegoat in the graveyard on Slash's side. Still could potentially be another one that he has set just now. Or it could just be traps under the Jinzo. Now CC putting the Reaper in attack mode like they did though allowed Slash to do 2100 damage to them. Now I would imagine that the Reaper is going to be put to defense mode here. We do know CC runs those creature swaps. So if they can get away around Slash's own GOAT tokens, they potentially take this Jinzo with theirs. And put them in a really good spot. CC is considering their options. But yeah, if any of you guys watching want to participate in one of these events, I believe they happen pretty regularly every month. It's always a lot of fun. There's a lot of big names that play in these events. If you want to get better, if you want to challenge yourself, there's always a lot of competition here on goatformat.com. Okay, so we've got Tsukiyomi coming down. Let's see what they target here. It's probably just going to be targeting the Jinzo. Maybe get some traps online. Jinzo, as it is right now, it's being oppressive, but it's not really anything. It's not going to be able to get over this Reaper. Okay, so CC's going to set the Spirit Reaper. Now that's interesting to me. They might be going for swap play. They are going for a swap play. Oh, if Slash Tap chains the Scapegoat here, which he doesn't have. He does not have the Scapegoat. Wow. CC's probably not going to try to greed here, flip up the Reaper, and try to discard. They might just want to hang on to their Tsukiyomi here. They don't really want to kill it. Not sure what just happened there. I think that was a misclick. Yeah. They are going to kill their own Tsukiyomi and not flip up the Reaper to try to get a discard through. That's very interesting. Not quite sure what to make of that. MST going to be used, it looks like, in the main phase. This could turn off Scapegoat, which it does. Cannot chain it there. Brain Control coming in for Slash. Takes back his Jinzo. He's going to tribute it for Air Knight. Traps are now back online. And CC's going to Solemn. So that's main deck Solemns for control list. I wasn't sure if they were maining them or siding them. That just confirmed that they are in the main deck.
That does drop CC pretty low in life. But
it does.
Both players really with kind of awkward cards this game.
Slash has also got Chaos lined up now. He just needs to draw it. Heavy Storm coming in. Potentially Goats would be chained.
Ring Blast. Jeez, Regeki Break.
Ring Blast. Oh, he's not sending him. Now he is. It's Ring and Mirror Force. Wow. I'm surprised he set both there.
Oof.
Ooh, and a BLS with the Reaper.
Slash Tap gonna
See,
need to draw
he's
BLS.
just
Yeah.
he's just scooping. CC's really been drawing this BLS pretty early, winning these games.
CC BLS always has BLS.
Yep. So now we're on to game 2 after the players are done siding here.
And I would say game 2 probably favors the control deck.
They definitely have a lot of cards that they could side for combo. I think combo doesn't really have cards it can side for control because it naturally has monsters like Air Knight, spells like Lightning Vortex, and stuff to deal with like Thousand Eyes and Goats. Slash is definitely running like a grindier version though, so he might have some spicy stuff on his side.
Yeah, anything he brings in would like not surprise me. Like it seems
Right.
like a deck that could like morph into whatever it needs to.
Yep. We'll see what the players decide to bring in here.
And I'm not saying he hasn't bricked today, but we've yet to see a Slash Tab brick today.
What is a slash tap brick?
I
What
mean,
does that look
he's
like?
playing Reasoning Gate, so
Right. I mean, I wouldn't call that last game a brick, but he
no,
definitely
I
had to
would.
discard one of his combo pieces.
It was definitely a game where you saw the cards you want to see mid to late game too early.
Right. Yeah.
Generally, you actually do not want Open Dimension Fusion in that kind of deck, especially his, where it's built to be a bit slower. I wonder if they even play 3-Dimension Fusion.
I think it would probably still play 3, just because you have so many ways to get it on.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have to find space for those extra grindy cards. Like I don't know if he's main decking the Dust Tornadoes, but I imagine he's main decking the Raigeki Breaks. And we saw he ran both. So Slash is going to start here. Got Pot of Greeds, great card. Having your opener.
The winner of this will take on SDL Killa, who will then take on the winner of that will take on Matt Uber, as Don't Copy waits in the finals with their Chaos Return deck. So we have Chaos Control left, Steingate, Chaos Return, Warrior, and Reasoning Gate. All different decks left today.
All different decks. Very nice variants by all these different notable players. Tomato coming down, swinging direct. It seems CC's list is really focusing on the creature swap more because it's running goats, it's running angels, running tomatoes, running Asura.
Mm-hmm.
All these cards help work with creature swap. Slash got the brain control, probably going to tribute it here. If it goes into Air Knight, that's really good. Yep, going to get more draws. Yeah, I think Brain Control is a really good card to use in Reasoning Gate, just because it helps you use your tributes from the hand, and especially when you're running like a grindy one like this, when you're running probably more tributes, you don't need those crazy explosive plays. You just need as drop an Air Knight draw. That's exactly what he did. Dealt with the tomato too.
Yeah, no, it's able to clear off the tomato that you don't want to kill by battle, put your monster on board. Definitely great card in this deck.
So tribes coming down with priority, of course. Pitching a Tsukiyomi is not a great discard, but it does open up their. Oh no, it doesn't. That's not a light. They're still stuck on darks.
Getting that damage in though.
It is getting the damage in closer and closer.
Back down to 4,200.
Yeah, and I think this matchup's all about getting them 2,000. It might be less so the fact with the grindy version, but it still turns off their power card. And they don't really have a lot of ways to just deal with this tribe right now because he had the Brain Control Air Knight, but that's already 2 cards that you need to make that play.
Yeah, I mean, you could crash a Crane maybe, but...
Right.
Could be a fairly dead hand even.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Crash Crane or have another combo of Brain Control and a Tribute, really. Snatch works, I guess, as well. But other than that, like, even Crashing Crane is like...
Nothing special.
Yeah, it's just dealing with the tribe. It doesn't really keep you in a good spot, because then your board is still going to be open, and they could just drop.
You do need to deal with this tribe, though.
Absolutely, because you can't just keep taking 16. Especially now, because next turn, if they drop another normal summon, that's going to put you under 2,000. That might be lights out, depending on his hand. It looks like he does have the Brain Control, and have another here. Or he might just tribe itself.
If you had to think that long about it, I feel like that's what's about to happen.
Yeah. Yep, you're going to swing for 16 and just tribe yourself. Which actually isn't terrible, because if he has a dark... Like, if he drew the Demok or something, he could just pitch that, set up a Chaos play. Actually, if he does have that and he has DPU, he might just have game. So if you pitch Demok here, make Chaos play, you defew them back. Yeah, that's game. Looks like he doesn't, though, because he still hasn't done that play. He's probably just really thinking about what he wants to discard, so none of them are probably good discards. Probably all spells. Oh, maybe he does have it. He's calculating math. I think Tribe pitched Demok. You make Sorcerer, you bring him back. I think that's enough damage. If it's not Demok and it's just Jinzo... Let's see, 24... So that would be 6,600 with a Sorcerer and a Jinzo. So I think he's got game here either way. Oh, nope. He's just going for blowback now. Interesting. So 2,300 is a lot of damage. It's a shame the blowback had to come out without using its effect on anything. But it is a dark monster.
Even on
So if
cards,
CC removes it,
you got a good thing on
yeah, even on
board.
cards. Oof. That snatch steal. Did you top deck that?
You said earlier today, great bait for Snatch Steel.
Yeah, it is crazy good. Let's see. We're gonna see blowback resolve today, a single time, potentially.
No.
Nope. Nope.
Not today. Torrential?
Oh, they're just gonna try to go for game here. That's 35. No torrential. It could be scapegoats.
Wow.
It's scoop phase. Wow. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, and he
you could
even runs like the dust tornadoes and
you could attribute set,
ride breaks.
but I wouldn't have done it. But
True set. Well, it's a tough loss there for Splash Tag. But nonetheless, it's a good run. It's nice to see Reasoning Gate, especially the grindy version, still be performing in events like these. So that'll be what? That'll be CC versus STL Killa.
yep, for losers semifinals.
Yes, that'll be loser semi.
All right, so we're gonna take a break, I guess, and we'll come back with losers semifinals. Okay, we are back with the loser semifinals of the Patreon World Championship Qualifier number 6. We have SDL Killa and I Love CC Kushi. Kochi. Kachachi. I don't know. This should be a good one. We've got SDL on their signature Warrior deck, or Chaos Warrior deck, and CC on Chaos Control, which has kind of become the matchup that a lot of people are talking about recently of which has the better matchup here. Chaos Warrior kind of built to counter Chaos Turbo, but can still break apart a lot of the plays of a Chaos Control deck. But Chaos Control playing cards to kind of just counter the Chaos Warrior deck as well, so be interested to see what happens. SDL with a good start, Graceful and Delinquent Duo. Shining Angel, one of those cards that can counter a monster like Blade Knight. SDL just going super aggressive, hitting the Sakuretsu with the breaker. Nobleman wiping out the Setsuki. Gonna press for damage. Wow, but Mirror Force. Does SDL have the Solemn to stop it? They don't. Still up 3 cards to 2 once CC draws, but that was a Mirror Force and Sakuretsu set, and they hit the Saku, not the Mirror Force. Solemn gonna hit off Cliff. Wow, main deck Cliff the Trap Remover. I figured that was a side deck card when we saw it earlier. Pot of Greed coming down for SDL, and the advantage in cards just racking up. Push for damage with the Mystic Swordsman level 2.
Yeah, looks like he's in a really good spot here.
Pot, Duo, Graceful.
Pot, Duo, Grace.
SDL, the only player left in this tournament with a Worlds invite already. I'm sorry, Matt Uber definitely has a Worlds invite already as well. So 2 players with invites left, 2 players without.
Yeah, and the winner of this game would be the only person without one still. Or both of these players still don't have. Wait, no. Does STL have one?
Don't Copy doesn't have an invite, I believe.
Okay, yeah. So Don't Copy and CC Coach are the only two without.
Correct.
New Doria coming down. So they run Tomato, Angel, New Doria, Asura, Suku. Really good targets. Sakura, it's going to eat up Sakura.
They also run that very spicy light target that I told you about earlier.
Which, I don't even remember.
I don't want to say it, so.
We'll see if it comes up. So Don Zalud coming in, discard that last card in their hand. It's just a Mobius. CC's gonna need BLS again for the 3rd time today. I don't know what else saves you here. Pot into BLS maybe is better. Pot into heavy BLS. that would be the ideal draws here.
Yeah, very limited outs.
There's only so much you can do with one card. It looks like it's neither of them. It could be Scapegoat, which would buy them some time. If it's not Scapegoat, though, oh shit. So that was only game 1, right?
We're still in game 1.
Yeah, it looks like they're scooping here.
CC making some predictions that they're gonna take game 2 here and draw Trinity game 3.
They had this crazy read earlier when they blind Dust Tornadoed 2 sets, and they said one of them's going to be Nobleman, and it actually was. It was like the most random read I've ever seen, but it was funny.
Nobleman's shield, I don't know, it's probably not on your screen, but it's on the stream right now. And it always just looks like it's like misprint or something. It has like a random like pink part on the shield that looks like a water damage or something.
Yeah, I've got Mobius on my screen.
Yeah, so I figured yours probably isn't Nobleman, but for everyone on stream can look. This like random pink blotch on Nobleman's shield. I'm not sure what you do if you're CC after that game. Like, how much do you side for Warrior in the first place compared to what you're already main decking? I guess you're able to take your Noblemans out, but we did see SDL already with multiple flips.
Yeah, when it comes to this like Warrior deck that likes to play flips, especially if you're keeping in like your Tsukiyomis and stuff, I feel like you have to at least keep in one copy. You have to respect it. When it comes to CC's list, I know they're running a lot of recruiters, which is really good against warriors. They've got the Reaper. They've got those creature swaps. I think they have a lot of walls and barricades to help deal with taking damage against a warrior player. And the longer the game goes on, I feel it's really a warrior player to win. And since CC's got all these cards to help them stall out, I think they're actually favored in this particular matchup. But the flip monsters that SDL runs helps him kind of like keep that retention in the game where he can not get stalled out to the point where he can't win. We'll see what they bring in, but I imagine if SDL had like Berserk Gorilla and stuff in his deck, it's probably coming out against this. But I mean, if he opens Trinity again, then I guess it doesn't matter how this match goes. So CC's gonna open up with the Upstart Goblin. I believe CC said earlier they're an Italian player. So we got 2 Italian players in the top 4.
Yeah, Goat format definitely thriving in Italy. They have the biggest local tournaments.
Yep.
Pre-pandemic, over 100 players, multiple times.
So, Mr. Killa's got his pot of greed.
Bit better than Upstart Goblin.
Bit better. Yeah, just a little.
Same green stupid smile, but...
Heavy Storm for 1.
Blade Knight?
Yeah, it's looking like it's probably going to be Blade Knight or level 2.
Level 2, yeah.
Heavy for 1, even still, I mean, that's...
When you're going to set more than 1 after that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to set double, but one of them is just Dust Shoot. So, CC's showing it for the stream.
No
It doesn't have
monster.
a single monster. Snatch, MST, swap, double meta.
So you just pass here, right?
If I'm CC, that or set the MST. But if you set the MST, it's almost likely that STL is going to know you set the MST.
Yeah, just pass.
You definitely don't snatch the level 2.
No. What sucks is you're probably going to get hit by Don Zalug next turn.
Right. I think setting MST is still fine, but it's like really obvious if you do it. Because set MST can still snipe a set. But now that SDL knows they have MST bluff, they're just gonna they're gonna MST open with possible chain. Okay.
And now you're gonna just set everything to not get donned, I guess. He already
Set
played
everything
Yeah,
yeah.
he played heavy already.
Yeah, I like that too. Just set everything.
He does
Don't
run,
get donned.
and he does run Faith, but you have Snatch on level 2.
Mm-hmm.
That was smart.
He also just doesn't have another normal summon. It looks like. 'Cause if I had anything, I would just be playing it.
Well, whatever you
Unless
play, whatever you play is gonna get
it'll get
snatched.
It'll get snatched and it'll kill level 2, right?
Which
it's still gonna get snatched.
he must have some back
This-
rows.
He either has a back row for the snatch, or it's a set bluff, and it's gonna be something like Sangan, which he probably plays in here because he's playing the flips, so he has a
Yeah.
lot of targets
I
for
think
it.
he does play Sangin, but
Snatching at level 2 and hitting a Sangan would actually be really good because the damage you take from level 2, you still get more out of the snatch life.
so what are the cards again? Meta, snatch, creature swap?
Yeah.
So he could snatch then creature swap? That really wouldn't be any good, I guess. Unless
I would not do that.
he metas it. Actually snatches. Snatch
I don't
creature swap
think you can meta.
No, if he's
There's no
no snatch creature swap then meta.
oh. I mean, it's either set Sangan or it's like MST in the battle phase. What?
Okay.
What? I don't understand that at all.
Not what I predicted either.
At the very least, SDL gets the snatch gone, or used up rather. But CC runs Mobius.
Right, we just saw it.
Yeah, so unless you remove this level 2, you risk CC drawing into the Mobius and popping your background. It's definitely not a battle trap, as we just saw, because he would have used it here.
I mean, this is SDL's plan, though. He knows all of everything.
He knows the
know.
hand, yeah. Yeah, so
He
he's
knows more than
definitely
we
got a
do.
plan here. Then they normal DD in main 2. Another play I don't really understand, but I guess that plays around premature burial the Donzalug. It's the only thing I could think of. But even then, maybe I would just set it. The Tiger King. I love this card, man. It's seen such little play lately. I'm glad to see this card being used again because I think this card's slept on. It flexes into more decks than just control.
I mean, the main thing, though, is it counters.
The recruiters.
Yeah, it counters recruiters, but it's mainly played to counter Goat, which has seen less play, which is why we've barely seen it this year.
Right, but even this card's even good against like Panda Burn, for example, because it stops the Ojama tokens. And it's also good against like library FTK because they just can't summon the library. They could set it, but
they could set it, yeah, it could slow them down for one turn maybe.
Right. But it's like if I have Tiger on my side and I'm playing it, bringing it in.
Yeah, you might as well bring it in.
Yeah. But it's just one of those cards like it does more than a Sura. The downside is that it stays on the board and it doesn't bounce back, as we see here with the creature swap. And that's going to get solemned.
And the 1,000 defense.
And the 1,000 defense.
So now we got meta and a set card that we don't know what it is. Which my guess is like a recruiter monster.
Yeah, and even that right now is just not. It's probably the recruiter though because they swapped it. Oh, and they topped the nobleman. Would you even use the nobleman here?
Yeah.
Would you?
Because if it's tomato, they could search Sangan.
Right, but then what are they adding? Serpent?
Yeah, I'd rather deal with it now and deal the 17 than
I suppose, yeah.
play the mystery game later. It also could have not been a recruiter. It could have.
Cause like, let's say it was Sengen or Tomato, and they go into Sengen and they get the Serpent, then you could just nobleman the Serpent when they set it instead of nobling the Angel.
Or they draw Graceful and discard Serpent.
Well,
And they have
yeah,
meta, and they have double meta to like later on. Like you can't do it to them now with King Tiger out, but
yeah, it would be like a later thing, but
SDL not worried about Mirror Force or Torrential there, which does seem fairly risky. But looking to close this game out.
yeah, it's just another point to Tiger is it just creates, I think like I said earlier when I was talking about Command Magician, it's just one of those cards that it does more than you think it does. It makes your opponent have to play differently. Turns off cards without seeing them.
Gets destroyed by Kaiku.
I mean, it does. But, I mean, are you really keeping in Kaiku against SDL Killer here? Against his deck? Because I don't think so.
I mean, it trades with a lot, but probably not.
Yeah. And it was Goats.
Yeah, so that's what we said of can the Warrior deck just break up these combos, and that's what King Tiger did.
Yep.
And Solemn Judgment did it.
And Solemn.
Yeah, you break up the combo of these control decks, and not much you can do about it.
That's one thing Asura can't do. I mean, Asura deals with the Goats, but it doesn't stop Thousand Eyes, and it doesn't stop Tsukiyomi. It's just it's susceptible, like we said, to being stuck on the board and then just getting run over. But when you know your opponent has, what was it, 2 metas and all that crap, like it's definitely better here.
So that will bring us to losers finals of SDL Killa versus Matt Uber.
So that'll be Warriors versus
Steingate.
Steingate.
And they are up and going already. Great.
Nice. It's like STL Killer won the rock, paper, scissors. Double background, a set monster. Again, we've seen this from him earlier today as well. He runs those flips, but he could also just be setting something like DD War Lady,
Don's
Lug. Yep, Sangan.
And I do think that this is a poor matchup for Warriors. They have a hard time dealing with the big monsters that these decks can put out. I do think STL has tried to compensate for this by playing cards like Smashing Ground.
I would actually say that the Warriors are probably favored because they main 3 copies of Solemn and 2 to 3 copies of Dust Shoot, which are all very, very strong against combo decks.
But not enough once the monster is already on the board, though.
But not enough once monster's up. But the Warrior player, especially because he opened this game with the rock paper scissors. He's got to have Solemn set here. The way he just played that, he's playing into the Goats. It's fine. He's gonna Solemn the Goats. He might have double Solemn set.
Well, that's the other thing with the Solemn, though, is it also puts you in death range much sooner.
But this play in particular just put Matt Uber under 5,000, so Stein is now just totally dead.
It's true, but he's got the reasonings and the monster gate still.
And the jar of greed. Oh. Reasoning coming in. I think
it's so
if
hard
I'm
against
STL Killer,
Uber's deck.
yeah. If I'm I'm either calling 8 or 6.
Yeah, no,
because
6 is true. You got 3 back row. 6 makes more sense.
Yeah. And he's 5, and Air Knight's doing nothing here.
Air Knight that can at best trade with a skill dark. Wow.
He might be tributing it here though.
If you do tribute a Jinzo into a Solemn, it does open up a BLS play. Heavy did just get burned on this reasoning though.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Still, you have to be careful about that though, because if this game does drag on and he eventually hits DMOC, he'll be able to add that back. He is just going to tribute it. We'll see what he hits here. Yeah, I might actually just look to be Solemning the Monster Gate rather than the Reasoning. Because you have more control at stopping the Reasoning than you do the Monster Gate.
You've got more back rows if you stop this Monster Gate with a Solemn. Heavy's already gone. Like, worst case scenario from here is like a Snatch Steal, which then you still have 2 back rows.
Yeah, I think if I have Solemn here, I'm just using it. Yep. So however, now he has to have a normal and another Monster Gate.
You now lose to Ring.
You do lose to Ring, but I think in a situation like this, when it comes to like losing the Ring in this spot, if I'm STL Killa, I would say either have Ring or don't. If you don't have Ring, good luck winning. If you do, then whatever.
So you grab Blade here, but can you get it high enough to get over Skill Dark? Doesn't have to.
He's going to tribute it.
Wow, he had the Jinzo. Too many threats coming from Matt Uber for STL to answer them all.
And that's just what this deck does. It has threat after threat. And
wow,
set a card
what a turn of
under
events.
his own Jinzo.
That did put Light in Dark and Grave.
He might have Book of Moon.
Smashing Ground. Oh, he's a Book of Moon.
He does have the book.
Ring for game.
I probably would have used it. Okay, he has Nobleman. I was gonna say I probably would have used it on the attack declaration, but he had the Nobleman for this anyway, so.
Both players in fairly fragile positions. Probably a Cyberstein set here, but it could be the Sangin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ooh, is that a main deck Cliff?
Yeah, we saw that earlier.
Oh wow. Oh yeah, he runs the Blast with Chain with that too, right?
I don't know if the Blast with Chain is main decked, but we did see both earlier.
I wonder, with knocking the Jinzo there, instead of just knocking like on his next turn, maybe he just wanted to make sure he uses it, since he is just playing like this RGT deck that hardly sets.
I think.
But like with poking 18 though, it's like he's already under that 5,000.
Yeah, I would have used the Nobleman first chance I got to, because you never know if you're going to get to use it again.
Yeah, you just don't know if you're going to use it again. But we do know that like Matt Uber plays Magician of Faith. He plays the Sangin.
And hitting that Megamorph.
Those are much better targets.
Hitting that Megamorph was good because it could have turned into like Crane Megamorph for game.
Yeah. So MST.
Boy. Is it just to
he
see
might
a
have
card?
It here. Crane.
He really could have Crane Megamorphed for game.
Yeah, he actually could have. But he doesn't have anything to back this up.
SDL
He's
gonna
got the
close it
Prem.
out.
That's
Wow,
game.
close
Yep.
game. 1100, 1100. Same number of cards each.
It's actually it's gonna be 300 with the Prem, but yeah, crazy. That was really back and forth, really quick. Now we'll see if STL Killa side decks his own Stein for decks like this. I know Warrior players lately have been trying to use that card in their sides. The theory is just, you drop that last Warrior behind all your Solemns and stuff.
Well, we saw it attempted against Matt Uber earlier, but it fell prey to. We saw that Delinquent Duo get played and then Ring of Destruction for game on the last Warrior.
Yeah, that
But
was
it was working up until then.
I think that was Dingo Sig.
Right.
That did that. Yeah. But yeah, that's the thing. Like with the last Warrior, you can still set under it. So even though it's being oppressive and it's stopping you from summoning, you can still. And the thing with Balter too, like if you go with Balter, you can use his effect twice with the life points.
Yeah, and Balter doesn't get around everything.
Yeah.
Matt Uber opening Pot of Greed and 2 back rows. Probably at least one got agreed.
I think it would be a Scapegoat too. His potential. Looks like he kept in the Cliff too. It is Scapegoat.
Oh, the Cliff did good 1 second ago. It's not a bad card here, but definitely not the best. I like it that if you think, like, you never know if this deck's sided into Decrees, right?
Right, yeah. Mind Control against Warriors? He does play the flips.
He mains
We
the
have seen
Mind
the flips.
Control, I believe.
I think that's actually a pretty
keep
good
it
idea
in.
in his deck.
I don't mind it mained. I don't know if I would have kept it in here, though.
Yeah. But I mean, with the flips, though, I mean, it's considerable based on like what else he has in his side. So he's gonna go with the Monster Gate. Looks like it's not gonna get Solemn. The Demok's already in the grave, so can't hit Demok here. Hitting Jinzo would be really nice. Hitting Crane would be nice.
There are some
Air Knight
bad
as
choices,
well.
though. He could hit the
I think-
Sagan. He could hit the Magician of Faith.
Yeah.
He could have hit the Visor Shock, but Crane's good.
Visor Shock might not have even been that bad, depending on what the rest of his hand is.
Yeah. He is Light and Dark loaded now. I don't know if he plays Sorcerer, though. Maybe he plays 1, I think?
Going with the double Crane.
Wow.
That's so funny to me.
Now he could pop this Blast with Chain.
And kill the other Crane,
Yeah.
but
I think I would. Maybe not, now that you see your opponent wants to set. Because you could also attack over it.
yeah, I don't see point in popping it because you're still larger than the Crane. The only reason you would do that is you don't want him to tribute with it.
It's the guarantee to kill it now, though. You might not be able to kill
Yeah.
it later.
Looks like he is going to do it.
That's so cool. I can't believe I've never thought of or seen this combo. Love goat
Yeah,
format.
it's definitely like ingenuitive. Like that's really like
Yeah.
I like seeing that. I like seeing these like strategies and stuff, especially in such an old format. Like it just feels like it's always evolving. He's gonna fully clear the tokens here. Set another back row. Jar of Greed coming in again. So he's only got 16 left in his deck.
He must have
He's
Steiner
really
close to
healthy.
it at this point, right? Alright, so you gotta call 2 if you're SDL now.
yeah. But he does still have the Sengen, Jinzo.
He's got
Faith?
he's got a trap, so he's okay with calling 6. Is my guess. I'm terrified of Stein in this position, to be honest, though. No matter what you have set. Woof. Oh man, and Cypher Soldier, 3 after 3. Yeah, good side deck card on Matt Uber's part here. But STL is calling sixes because he's got a trap lined up, so. Dang, and the Snatch Steal on top of it. Could be seeing a big Mirror Force here, though. And there it is. The issue now is if you kill this Sangan, it's searching a Cyberstein. And SDL gonna go on the defense, not gonna let Matt Uber ram the Sangan in to get the Stein. Gotta wonder what is in SDL's hand. Maybe Chaos Monster waiting for the Cliff to go to the graveyard. We had both our dogs go off on stream today.
Yeah. Oh, it sucks, but I love them.
Yours sound bigger than mine.
Yeah, I've got really big dogs, like 100 pounds each.
Someone said this is peak Yu-Gi-Oh! Cliff and Sangan sitting in defense against each other.
Yeah, I like the defense swap there to Cliff because, you know, he's playing this.
Yeah, like
the Stein deck does.
I'm not ready to deal with Cyberstein. Cliff's going in defense mode. SDL's like, Matt Uber, you figure out what to do with this, because I'm not ready to deal with anything at the moment.
Yeah, he's got 10 left in deck too. Oh crap! We saw a Cypher Soldier. I didn't get to see that till
Oh
right
my
now.
gosh! Imagine, so you attack Sangan, he has to search and start doing top 2 with Cliff and Don.
Oh, that torrential too. That's a huge torrential.
Ruining my dream, Matt Uber. No target left in deck.
No target. So the Faith came out, or it's in
So
his
he
hand?
sided out the Steins, or there's 2 in hand?
Same thing with the Faith.
Yeah, well the Faith isn't main decked. From what I can tell.
Okay.
Based on
he's
previous
BLS
tournaments.
3K?
Yeah.
That BLS just put him under Stein.
Perfect. If he has 2 Steins in hand.
Behind 2 back row as well. Royal Oppression. This is like what I was saying before the game started. You know, Warriors just have all these tools to use. I mean,
so
the Cliff thing was
holy
insane.
Crap.
Oh.
Wow, I think he did side out the Steins.
And that Lily's gonna go through. Insane. So if he took out Steins, he still has. Does he run? You said he might run a Sork, because BLS is already in the grave. Smash on the Lily. Exile going for 1,000. I don't know what else Matt Uber has.
He already burned Snatch too, right? Like
Yeah.
2 Cranes a grave.
Ring's gone too.
Cypher Sangan's gone. Yeah, I don't know.
He should still have Mirror Force.
Heavy, True Nade, Mystical all gone. I don't know what he's gonna do to get out of this.
He might still have that Sork.
Oppression's on the board with no removal left.
But yeah, he has Oppression. So I don't really know what he's gonna do.
Summon another Cypher? That could get him back in the game.
Cypher, yeah, that could do it. At least
Well, maybe that's
Uh,
maybe this is a
he's
sign. Kept one in
he's just gonna pop it. He's just gonna pop it.
because it could be Faith. Not gonna pop it. I
He's
bet
gonna run.
it's
He's gonna run into it.
is the Stein.
It is.
Okay. Wait, he said he had no target. I guess the Stein was in hand when
Yeah, he
Dragon
drew it.
died.
Yeah,
Okay.
he must have already had it.
Yeah. Man, so when SDL hit that 3,000, that was huge.
It was huge.
It
Yeah,
dropped down to 49 to get him out of the Stein range. Well, honestly, it wasn't
and
as huge because SDL had Royal Prussian as well.
yeah, you could just flip it to the Stein summon, huh?
Wow, he
Or
did it.
no?
He has another answer for the oppression. So
Oh,
this
he
could be
has
the sorcerer play. No. I think Matt Uber's
what?
just grasping for air now.
True Nade to set a back row and a monster,
He's gonna scapegoat him.
But what does Scapegoat even do here? You're on a 5-turn clock with your draw, or 6-turn clock with your top decks.
Not much.
It's another Stein. He
Man,
had 2 Steins in his hand.
SDL
saying
not
good night.
respecting the random Magician of Faith that Matt Uber is known for.
We're gonna see the goats come down, but like even
So he did not take out the Steins. He just didn't. He just drew them and hadn't used them yet.
yeah, and the oppression's getting flipped up. Graceful. I think that's it.
I mean, even without it, I can't see Matt Uber winning this game.
Like, let's say even if he runs.
He
Oh
wouldn't.
no, because oppression's up.
Yeah.
He literally can't do anything.
He really needed to save that True Nade for when he got to his Call the Haunted on DMOC. Oh, he calls already in the grave. Yeah, this game's done. I bet you SDL could pass for the next next 4 turns and win the game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see.
He's got Megamorph left, I guess.
He does have the Megamorph.
But SDL has 7,600 life points.
He's normal summoning the Faith, yeah. And he's probably sitting behind some Solemns too, right?
Sure, Mirror Force me.
He's gonna ring the BK.
Okay.
Books. Do you have Solemn? No, because Solemn would actually still be game. So Matt Uber's got 3 turns left.
I don't blame Matt Uber for not just scooping because his deck just finds ways to win. But I think at this point it is out of ways to win.
Saku. Yeah, this is. And even this, like, him playing this out gives STL Killa, like, all the information in the world of what his deck runs. Because he's seeing almost every single card.
It doesn't. I mean, STL's up game 1, so. There's 19.
He just torrentials.
Yeah.
BK, that's it. Wonder what he had left.
Well, respect for never giving up. Trust your instincts. But we're going on to grand finals.
We are, and you said copies on return?
Chaos Return versus Warrior, seemingly. I have yet to see a sorcerer from STL of you.
No. Nope, just the BLS. So STL is going to have to beat Copy back to back here if he wants to win this. The
main deck Cliff the Trap Remover with Blast with Chain. Gotta love it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I wonder when you're running cards like Blast with Chain if you're tempted to run like Gearfried and stuff like that, but I just don't think Gearfried does too much right now in the metagame. We have seen like oh man, I forget that guy's name. He plays Gearfried every event.
I have no idea.
I forget his name. I apologize, but there is a player that plays Gearfried every single event and has topped with it recently, I believe. In an FLC, I think.
So don't copy. One match win away from qualifying for the World Championships.
Yeah, and Copy is the player who still needs an invite, I believe. STL's already qualified. Copy needs their invite, so.
Is Don't Copy the one that was maining Decree? Am I wrong? Is he not playing Chaos Return?
Yeah. No, they're maining Decree. I think they're just playing Chaos Control because they are maining Decree.
Okay. So it's Chaos Control with main deck Decree. Interesting. Yeah, you're right. So I was wrong saying this was Chaos Control. It definitely, or saying it was Return. It is definitely Chaos Control with main deck Decrees.
And they run traps with the Decrees too, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not just Decree. Like they still run staples.
STL winning the rock paper scissors I think 3 times in a row now. They're gonna open with Dust Shoot.
Nobleman upstart, pot agreed, BLS, Sork, Snatch. It's a pretty heavy hand, but you do have the pot.
It does suck seeing pot off your Dust Shoot, but it is what it is, right? And upstart, so we're not gonna know a lot of these cards quick. And this is getting knocked. The downfall of playing this warrior deck that also sets monsters. So all that we know now is Sorcerer Snatch. Yeah, that's it. Sorcerer Snatch is all that we know at this point.
Again, setting the Donzalug. Just you lose that ability to blank the knock game 1 when you play these sets, and you also choose to set your warriors. That very easily could have been just a dead card for Don't Copy. So Exiled's coming down, respecting the possibility of Faith, and it is Faith.
Ooh.
It was good use of Exiled there. If I'm Don't Copy, that would probably tell me he doesn't have Nobleman. So that was a full pass from Don't Copy as well. Obviously, we know their hand has Snatch and Sork. Not really cards you can be using right now. Rhoda. The Donzalug is already gone. I doubt he runs more than one copy. He could be going for the Cliff here.
Might as well, right?
Yeah.
I really like the Cliff. Like, you always have these openings for Don where it's like, oh, he's awesome because I just got to pick the card I needed right now. And Cliff has similar situations.
Yeah, and if Copy set Snatch there and they didn't have Ring, he could have potentially just hit the Snatch. But also, ringing the Cliff, Copy could have snatched it himself and hit his back row, but he chooses to ring it there instead.
You force a ring here, maybe your breaker's that much better a few turns later.
Right.
Although not getting a light in this spot could burn you at some point.
STL again, gonna set another monster. Faith getting back a Rhoda is also like not even that bad. Which is what he's gonna go for here. I think another thing too, like with playing the Magician of Faiths in your warrior deck, it doesn't blank knock anymore, but if the chaos player goes for knock and hits your faith, then they just banish all their copies as well. Then you don't really have to worry about it as much as the warrior player for them to recur some power spells.
There's the decree.
Yep, we do see the decree. And the snatch is going to come down now.
And it's going to be tough to deal with decree at this point. Almost might have been worth saving your Cliff until the decree was shown, but you have to also guess like maybe it was already just decree and not the like very few traps that was set when you summon the Cliff.
Copy also chose to banish with the DD Warrior Lady to deny STL from getting life points. Okay, and they're going to flip up the goats. Thousand Eyes under decree is also very hard to break.
This deck that Dope Copy's running is one that we've actually talked about on stream quite a bit that we had never seen before, of the potential for a Chaos Control deck, 2 main deck decrees to counter the meta. And we really hadn't seen anyone utilize it yet, but here it is working great.
Yeah, I mean it's got him in the winners finals and now the grand finals as well, so that Kaiku going to come in under decree. It's going to be able to banish some really good targets. Breaker coming down. Ooh, this is really nice.
Beautiful spot for Breaker.
Yeah. Free swing into the Kaiku. Main 2 pop the decree. Get your traps back online.
Yeah. You can't ask Breaker to do more than that, huh?
No, that's probably one of the best uses you'll get. He's getting a raise. Right? Especially if it wins him this game.
For sure. It may. That was that many more back rows? Jeez.
Yeah. Yeah, that decree was really, really putting him work. Tsukiyomi.
Torrential right here. Although I don't even know if he plays Torrential is a card that warrior decks do cut.
I think I would still play Torrential in my deck. For sure. And if he does have it, I'd probably flip it, get those tokens gone.
Yep, he does. Torrential, yeah. So SDL
it deals with the Suki too.
Mm-hmm. SDL starting to make a slight comeback here with getting like perfect timing on some of these cards.
Now, even with this decree build, we know Copy still runs some of these staples.
And more good timing with the duo.
Yes.
Now this could be a decree for the last set card though that could blank 3 cards from SDL Killa. And those were solid real cards you just hit with duo.
Yeah. Especially hitting that faith.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so the last card in Copy's hand is Sorcerer.
Someone's gonna clip us both saying yeah the exact same way.
It's automated. So Copy's got Sork and something else in their hand because we know they had Sork off the dust chute. And the Sork is live right now. But it looks like they're just gonna hold it.
Probably Faith set here? Dekochi,
Is
that's fine
Deco.
too.
Yeah.
That's solid pressure.
Yep, gets another draw, 14 pokes. You know, it might honestly force Copy to drop the Sork on it on their upcoming turn, depending on what they draw. You definitely don't want to use back row on it. And it looks like they don't have Goats set. Oh, they do have Goats set. Decided to take an extra 14. SCL sitting behind 5 back row. Here comes the meta. This would surely bait out Solemn. Oh, looks like he's going to get it. He probably has a battle trap for this. He does. He has the Saku.
And someone's asking if that Blast with Chain combo works if it would miss timing in the damage step, but Blast with Chain is not optional, so I do not think it would miss.
Blade Knight coming in with the set Rhoda. Another meta. It's probably why they wanted to keep that extra goat token. Take the 14 and they double meta.
That's gonna go through here. STL got 3 back rows.
Another battle trap. That's the mirror. And Copy still got that sorcerer in hand. Sasuke gonna clear the token. This would surely force out the sorcerer, I would assume. But even then, it's still slamming Sork under 2 back row. Okay, so he's gonna go for the heavy. That's gonna get solemned. His other card has got to deal with Sorcerer. Yeah. Here it comes.
Another Solemn, maybe?
Nope. Doesn't have anything for it.
BLS from SDL right here?
His other back row was at least good enough to warrant protecting it with Solemn. Oop, there's the pot. Snatch. It's gonna get it. Level 2 coming down. So it's gonna be what 3,200? Still not game.
Nope.
Scapegoats. Oh, with the Solemn.
Nope, it was another Solemn set. And there's the third Solemn set.
That could be a third Solemn, yeah. I'm gonna get 1,000 here. Yeah, if that's a third Solemn, that's just it. Here we go. STL Killa pulling through game 1 here and set 1.
One more win to reset the bracket.
That breaker he had, followed by the duo and the torrential. Crazy spots to be using those cards. Especially because he hit the Magician of Faith with the duo as well. and he seemingly didn't have any other answer for the set monster because that he just drew that level 2 this turn, I believe, or a turn later than Faith would have resolved. But very nice game.
Okay, and we did confirm that this Plasma Chain combo does work. That you can boost Cliff, the Trap Remover, with Plasma Chain, deal damage, then destroy Blast, and Blast will activate.
So Copy's going to start out here. Set one back row, set one monster. King Tiger coming down, swing into the set. Sangan. Most likely search out Serpent here. Followed by a set. It's going to get MST'd in the end phase. It was a Solemn. That's a really good snipe.
Not
So
a great
this
set
Tiger,
of cards from King Tiger either. Like, were you gonna
Tiger's going to get run over.
Like, were you gonna Solemn this Kaiku?
You'd be forced to if you wanted to keep your Tiger up, yeah.
Yeah. So
Looks like he drew pretty heavy on his monsters.
he must have, right? To set just the Solemn behind the King Tiger.
Yeah, just the Solemn. Ooh, and the Berserk Gorilla.
A very popular side deck card for against Warriors here.
It's actually it's really good against the Tigers too that are. This copy's got multiple beaters. Looks like in their post sideboard. It's also been seeing some popularity. These control decks siding into beaters, lots of beaters. Helps deal with the Warrior matchup. So SDL going to set another background and monster. Probably flip. It is. It's Faith.
With no spell.
With no spell.
Or no dark.
With no spell. Oh my god.
So SDL in a little bit of trouble here.
Blade Knight getting summoned. He's just going to sit on it, force the Berserk Gorilla to attack the Blade Knight. Flips the Decree. Flips the Solemn. That's two Solemns gone.
It's a Solemn you have to do, but one you're not happy about either.
Yeah, for sure. Now this Gorilla's gonna have oof, and then he's gonna ring the Blade Knight.
I predict a game 3.
Just like that. Wow. Very explosive. So, This is coming to game 3. If Don't Copy wins this game, then that's decided the winner of this event. If STL Killer wins this game, the bracket will reset and they'll have to play each other again to decide the winner. Copy's playing for his invite right now. It's on the line for him. SDL's playing for the prize, he said. He wants that money.
And that seeding point.
And the seeding
Worlds.
point, too. Yep. He's already a qualified player. Very decorated player as well.
Former GFC champion.
Yep.
And Don't Copy's been on the rise for sure. They've done great in the Team Wars.
Yep, they've also been in a running for the top ladder for a while now as well, the past couple seasons. The DB ladder.
And I think he made a great meta call with the main deck decrees.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with so much decks running Solemn now. Even in my 3v3 list, my Go Control list, I sided Solemns in that as well. A lot of decks are just giving into playing Solemns.
Well,
this is a really good opener for SDL Killer.
It's like the answer for Solemn is also Solemn, so that's
is also Solemn, yeah. Yeah, it's like running 7 tools, but it also covers combo and deals with like dropping BLS and stuff. Okay, so the dust shoot,
and you can always activate it.
Right? Yeah, there's not really any restrictions to it, especially with the life point cost. So we got the turn 1 dust shoot. Kaiku, BLS, Sangan, Decree, Gorilla. 2 gorillas. So that's a very heavy monster hand for Don't Copy. He's going to put back the Sangan. He most likely has some battle traps here for the gorillas. Just going to set the Decree and pass. Sangan coming down. Going to swing for 29.
And you gotta think SDL's just gonna... Like, why not at least burn 1 gorilla into the back?
Yeah, I would have definitely summoned a gorilla there. Here comes the first one.
Yeah, here comes Solemn on your Decree or Mystical.
And it flips the Decree, or probably most likely here comes the Solemn. Yep. Now, if SDL did not draw a back row, they did not. So this is very, very... Okay, more 29 again. Doesn't have another norm. Sets another back row. Flips the shoot again. So it's BLS, Kaiku, Gorilla.
Now, one of the issues with siding Gorilla is it does not have good synergy with your Chaos monsters.
Yeah, no, it's just an Earth vanilla, and it's also very prone to battle traps, which the warrior deck plays a ton of.
Right, has to attack right into them.
Yeah, and it has to attack. It doesn't even have the option. It have to walk into a battle trap. Oh, he drew duo. That's like one of the worst draws right now. He doesn't have another Decree, though. He puts back the Kaiku instead of the Gorilla.
He can set...
Interesting.
He could set the Gorilla.
He could set it.
I think you have to.
Walk into another battle trap, most likely. There it is. Mirror Force, and that's game.
So we're going to reset the bracket here.
Yep, bracket's going to reset. And here we go.
SDL gonna go first again.
Yep. He's got all the rock, paper, scissors luck.
Rock, paper, scissors is skill, Randage. And they're just talking about splitting the $50, not the invite.
So Didi coming down, empty board with behind a back row. Surprised he didn't set it because he's been playing these flips. Didi's just going to trade here with the Kaiku unless he has a battle trap, which he does. And we know Don't Copy's running a lot of beaters. I'm not sure that the Gorillas are main decked, but the Kaikus are at the very least. Not going to play into Torrential here or Mirror Force. Just going to swing with the Didi, set a back row, set 2 back row. Flips up the Dust Shoot and Standby. Again, probably one of the most represented cards in the entire format, regardless of the deck you're playing, is Trap Dust Shoot. Faith, meta, Chaos Sorcerer, Thunder Dragon.
So if you put back the Faith, the hand is
put
dead.
back the Faith.
No, then the Sorcerer's still alive. Yeah, I guess you put the Sorcerer back, right?
Depending on what his back row is, because if you don't put back the Faith, then you turn on Thousand Eyes. So he is going to put back the Faith. He's going to let the Sorcerer be live. I would assume he has back row for it.
It's usually more back row that's apt against Thousand Eyes than Sorcerer, though. But it does make double meta dead if you Solemn this here. No, it's going to go through.
It's going to go through. Snatch Steal. Okay, so he wanted to snatch it, but it's just going to hit with a book. Rhoda, I'm going to go with the level 2. And this is very nice because now Copy's hand is double Thunder Dragon, double. So unless they draw another Chaos Monster here, or like Serpent, or any other one, level 1, I guess. So they're just going to set a back row. That could very well be just a set meta. And if it's set meta, this breaker is going to go plus. Okay, so it's Scapegoat.
Now he has double meta. Oh, yeah, you got to Solemn this.
Yeah. This is a really good Solemn.
He could have just attacked with the breaker, even, really, if he has Solemn set. But I see why you would just use the effect in case it was just Mirror Force and keep the Solemn for later. Whew.
Here comes Pot of Greed.
SDL is on a mission.
Again, this could very well just be a dead back row. It's the Decree. That's going to be 4,500, and that's game. So on to game 2. Really, really quick game. Copy suffered from that Dust Shoot. SDL hit the Faith, which is the right call.
And now SDL is ahead, coming from behind from loser side, winning game 1 or match 1 2-0, and now up, just won 3 duels in a row, 1 duel away from taking this tournament.
I think it was 2-1 last game though. I don't think it was a 2-0.
I think it was 2-0. Was it 2-1? How did Don't Copy win? Chat, let us
They
know.
had. I'm pretty sure it was a 2-1. They had BLS. I think they had like a heavy play that forced Solemn or something like that, or maybe it was Sork. I'm pretty sure it was a 2-1.
I don't know. I started drinking 2 hours ago.
So Copy's got the opener. They drew the pot of greed.
I don't think so, though. I think SDL did win 2-0. Yeah, chat's saying 2-0, Randage.
Well, I just scrolled up in the chat log. It says 1-1-0, and then it says next match.
That must be a typo.
Because it says SDL Killa admitted defeat.
Typo.
Typo. Okay. So Heavy gonna hit Ring and Decree. Risky sets by Copy here.
Regardless of how I was just wrong a moment ago, SDL is one duel away from winning this tournament.
That is true. That is a fact. I will agree. And SDM gonna hit for 19. Duo coming down from Copy. Depending on what these cards are, okay. Looks like they're just more monsters. Heavy being dropped. It's gonna get met with a Solemn. Duo first, try to bait the Solemn first for the Heavy. Sousa Soldier.
Yeah, I saw that on Don't Copy's side here, and I was like, that is a solid card.
That is a very interesting card. It's essentially a Spirit Monster Berserkerilla with the 2K and the Earth. But it does half the damage that it does to your opponent.
It's it's kind of versatile too, though, where I think I generally play Sewer Priest in this card spot, but I love the Spirit Monster that you can normal summon turn 1 and play Creature Swap with.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like in a deck that runs Creature Swap, I think it might just be a better Berserkerilla, honestly. But he plays both, and it's going to get met with a ring.
And this is going to drop Don't Copy down super low, down to 1,200 life points.
1,200. He's got to have something for this skill dark, or it's over.
Heavy's already gone, so...
Heavy is gone, drops the Scapegoat.
Yeah, that's a mighty fine answer. That's
Gives
better.
him a couple turns here.
Honestly, that's better than answering with Mirror Force. Get a couple turns out of it. And turn your metas on.
We'll see what Copy can do here. They're going to drop the Breaker.
I think I break.
Yeah, I think you almost got to get rid of the back row. Looks like they're not. They're just going to crash. Well, even behind 3 goats.
Here's the reasoning besides... Well, even without the book, though. Even if you didn't have the book here, attacking, it's still going to get rid of the back row or the skill dark, right?
Oh, and it was Snatch Steal.
Wow.
Exile Force going to kill a token, then probably get rid of the Breaker. With a full pass, no back row. Kaiku coming down. It's going to put him in 200 life points. It's going to take SDL off attributes. And that's it.
All right. Game 3 of Grand Finals. Game 5,
3.
right?
Game 5. No, Game 6. Unless it was type, of course.
Game 6. But SDL gonna get to go first this time.
Absolutely.
Can't ask for a better end to a tournament.
Oh, down to the nitty gritty. If you don't copy, this is everything right now. Winning this next match. You want your invite. Your back's against the wall. This is the last game. Opens up with a normal summon Cliff.
Not a strong normal summon, but could have the Blast of a Chain and Psalms behind it.
Yeah, but it is sitting behind 3 back rows.
But the Blast of a Chain is, I mean, we've seen it work twice awesomely,
Yeah.
but it's only 1700 on the Cliff.
Right. Okay, so STL does not have the Dust Shoot. You let Copy go to main 1. They're going to search out their Thunder Dragons. We'll see what they can do here. They got the pot of Greed. This could snowball really quick depending on what they draw. A lot of cards in hand. Copy being real careful here, taking their time.
Eight cards in hand to think about. But can they deal with
2
the
are, of
trap
course,
removal?
Thunder Dragon, but I imagine their hand most likely has a beater. Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They just run so many.
So here's where we said the 17, not quite enough to deal with a Kaiku if you have the Blast with Chain combo. I'm also shocked we've only seen Blast with Chain used with Cliff. Like, we haven't seen it used on a Donzalug or anything else.
Yeah, no Dawn, no Gearfried. It was just Cliff. Not even another, like, regular monster, just Cliff.
And Book, not a strong answer for the Kaiku. When your opponent's got, what, 8 more cards in their hand? 7?
You're just gonna set a monster
Tribute for Mobius.
with the Mobius.
Wow. Mirror Force and Premature Burial?
Oh man.
Wow. What a clean Mobius. That is
no fear.
That is the Mr. Clean Mobius right there. And are we gonna see the swap play?
The swap would be really nice here.
It's gotta be. Why else are you summoning? If you go, I guess you go for a book
It
attack.
is the swap.
But yeah, there's the swap, and that's
Gonna
gonna
be
counter it.
ring.
So creature swap will not resolve with the Susa Soldier destroyed. Man, I did not see a Mobius summon coming. Did you?
I think we did see he played it, but I didn't see it in that spot
I
specifically.
didn't see it there coming though.
Yeah.
And you know, Don't Copy's playing Decree, so I guess you could consider he might have brought in Mobius against the Decrees.
Yeah, just as more insurance getting rid of it. Oh, and it's gonna be Fairy Lily.
This is what Don't Copy used to defeat Anthony Alvarado, was the Injection Fairy Lily Royal Decree combo. Don't Copy, not confident enough to attack into the Mobius here, can only pay once for the injection.
And STL Kill's got the DD Warrior
But
Lady
you
to
might
just
as
get rid
well
of it.
attack it with the Mobius, right?
Looks like he's not gonna. I think you would just attack it with the Mobius because then at least the DD Warrior Lady can trade with something later.
Yeah, I mean both are solid cards on the board. Not gonna pay against the Warrior Lady. This also not game from the Mobius attack, and we'll still be at 100.
It's got to be Scapegoat. Wow, he's taking 24. This is insane.
What a comeback from losers bracket if SDL can pull this off.
That one's got to be Scapegoat, right? That new set.
There could totally be
Flip Decree.
So you flip Decree first because there could be Solemn. So we're going to Solemn the Decree, and now Solemn the Scapegoat.
There's the Scapegoat. Oh, he's got another Solemn.
And that'll do it.
Oh, that's it.
Wow, congrats to SPL. Wow. What a comeback. Great plays today by Don't Copy. Awesome deck made. Thank you everybody for watching today. Special thanks to you, Randage, for this last notice. Awesome commentary that you provided. Super appreciated.
Yep.
And
no problem.
We'll see you guys next week for Go Format Championship 14.